So moved.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. The motion is approved. Good evening to members of the public. My name is Zachary Parker. I am the Ward 5 representative and president of the State Board of Education. On behalf of the members of the District of Columbia State Board of Education, I welcome our guests and our viewing public to our Wednesday, April 21st public meeting. It is being held virtually due to the continuing coronavirus pandemic. The video for all of our meetings, including tonight's, are posted on our YouTube page, as well as our social media channels at DC SBOE and rebroadcast on the District Knowledge Network. As we begin tonight's meeting, I want to acknowledge a few things that remain top of mind for us all. As we acknowledged at our working session, we tragically lost Elizabeth Davis, president of the Washington Teachers Union, and we will continue to celebrate her life and her legacy tonight with a ceremonial resolution and through a symbolic form of dress. As you may notice, many of us are wearing red as a nod to Red for Ed. I would also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the verdict in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the officer responsible for murdering George Floyd, a name now known all around the world. And as many people have pointed out, yesterday's verdict did not render justice, but rather accountability. And sadly, even before the day could end yesterday, there is now another name in the headlines, Ma'Khia Bryant. And so to members of the public and to my colleagues, I would just say I am hopeful that yesterday's verdict, the actions of Mr. Chauvin, as well as the tragic loss of Ma'Khia Bryant's life, may charge us all to recommit ourselves to reimagining and decentering police and our view of public safety in our schools and beyond. And I would encourage members of the public to look at SR 20-10 passed last year on this matter. And last but not least, it is still budget season in DC. The Mayor Bowser rather recently announced that her budget release is being delayed again. And so we will be sure to update members of the public. But I will recall that we as a body issued budget priority recommendations earlier this year, and we look forward to engaging the council and members of the public to see and advance those priorities. Our next meeting is a working session. It will be held on May 5th, where we will discuss, among other things, a proposal to expand student voice on the state board. That has been a priority of ours, and we want to thank our Student Advisory Council, as well as student representatives Alex O'Sullivan and Shayla Dell for their tremendous work and contributions to this body. During our working session a few weeks ago, the state board reported out on their proposed work plans. I'm pleased to say that we anticipate moving forward with a number of our priorities for our constituents and adopt the work plans that our various committees produced. Tonight, we will vote, as I mentioned, to adopt that work plan and set forward a priority list for agency spending for our next meeting. Tonight, we'll also consider ceremonial resolutions. As many of you know, ceremonial resolutions are used by the state board to recognize important people and dates. Tonight, we will be remembering two outstanding educators who have recently passed. As I mentioned, Liz Davis and Ricardo Duren. We will also honor Alejandro Diasgranados, who has been named the National University's 2021 Teacher of the Year and recognized as the National School and recognized by the National School Library Month. Following comments from our 16 public witnesses, the state board will hear testimony for experts in other states that have implemented programs to increase literacy. This is a subject that the state board is very interested in and is currently working alongside OSCE to advance here in the district. Before we continue with our meeting, I would like to take a moment, as has been a tradition as of late, to honor and remember the lives that we have lost to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you. May all of those that we have lost and their memory be a blessing. Now I will turn to our state superintendent, Shauna Young, for an opening statement that she has prepared for us tonight. She has also shared with members of the board that she will be off camera, and that is due to construction happening near or in her home. So for members of the public, that is why she will remain off camera. With that, Superintendent Young, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Parker, and my apologies. It is good to be with the board members for your April public meeting. In light of the growing but still limited return to in-person student learning during the global coronavirus pandemic, as you know, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education requested a waiver to suspend statewide summative assessments for students in spring 2021. Earlier this month, OSSE presented to the board on the contents and the waiver and answered your questions, and I am glad that the board wrote in support of our waiver request, and we were pleased to see that the waiver to suspend statewide assessment was approved by the U.S. Department of Education. OSSE believes in the importance of a rigorous statewide assessment. It provides important information to school leaders, educators, and the public on the academic progress of our students, and it is important to ground our decisions in that information. That belief remains unchanged, and we anticipate fulfilling the law's requirements to assess and report on student outcomes as soon as possible. OSSE also submitted a waiver for provisions related to accountability, school identification, and school reporting requirements. The waiver asks to suspend the calculation of new star ratings for the 2021 school year and the new designations for comprehensive and targeted improvements. An update as of today, OSSE is in receipt of the approval of that waiver from the U.S. Department of Education for accountability as of today. And so we will continue to keep the board informed on our progress in implementing accountability and assessment in the future. And we're really grateful for your partnership. Although we will not have the quality information that we would normally get from the statewide assessment, we did outline steps that we would take to collect and share some information on student achievement during this unprecedented school year. OSSE will require LEAs to report data and information about student progress based on LEA and school level interim and benchmark assessments, and we will require LEAs to report in a detailed and timely manner to families on the outcomes of assessments of their students. We anticipate publishing LEA summary level data on these assessments and will continue to collect and publish key data points pertaining to attendance and chronic absenteeism, discipline rates, teacher and school leader metrics, and graduation rates. We will also invest in citywide research that can be made public to transparently understand the extent of our students' unfinished learning. We continue to make progress on reviewing and revising the statewide social studies standards. Our technical writing committee has already begun its extensive work to revise the standards. And just this week, the writing committee has also liaised with the state board's advisory committee on feedback regarding the structure of the standards. I'm pleased to see this important work and to continue ongoing cooperation between the board and OSSE. Finally, we look forward to hearing from tonight's panel on literacy. Prior to the pandemic, the District of Columbia experienced continued steady improvement on the statewide assessment in English language arts. From 2015 to 2019, the number of students on track for college and careers in English language arts increased by 12.3 percentage points. This is meaningful progress, and we must do everything we can to sustain and accelerate this progress as we recover from this pandemic. We must also note that significant gaps persist in outcomes along the lines of race, at-risk status, English learner status, and whether a student has a disability. And it is important that we focus on this reality. One of the most recent ways that we are working to improve literacy for students is with the receipt of $16 million of the Federal Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. The purpose of this grant is to support local education agencies in strengthening literacy development and instruction from birth to grade 12, and with special emphasis on children of disadvantage, including children living in poverty, English learners, and children with disabilities. We will leverage the grant funds to accomplish 3 objectives. First, to support early language and literacy skills for children birth to age 5 through family-centered literacy strategies. Second, to increase the number of children reading on grade level in grade 3 through high school by providing training on evidence-based strategies for educators, school leaders, and literacy coaches. And third, to improve literacy outcomes for approximately 25,000 disadvantaged and traditionally underserved children and students through the use of effective interventions for underserved groups. OSSE will work with community partners to reach these goals. OSSE, along with community stakeholders, conducted a needs assessment and is working on a final draft of the statewide comprehensive literacy plan. The plan will serve as a blueprint for LEAs and schools and will establish evidence-based practices at the core of literacy programming. OSSI anticipates opening this grant application in July 2021 with the goal of making awards by early fall. We will keep the board informed of our efforts on this important opportunity and look forward to the testimony here this evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent. We will now move on to adopting our ceremonial resolutions. Our first ceremonial resolution is CR 21-7, honoring former WTU President Elizabeth Davis. Is there a motion on this resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Hayworth, may you please read the ceremonial resolution into the record?
State Board of Education ceremonial resolution celebrating the life of late WTU President Elizabeth Davis, CR 21-7. Whereas Elizabeth A. Davis was born in North Carolina and moved to the Washington, D.C. area where she attended and graduated from Eastern Senior High School in Northeast Washington in 1969, the University of the District of Columbia, and American University with a master's degree in educational leadership and administration in 1978. Whereas Ms. Davis began her career in advocacy and fighting injustice in the 1960s when she was a teenager by staging a walkout at Eastern High School to protest the lack of African-American history and culture in her school's curriculum. Whereas in 1972, Ms. Davis was recruited by the superintendent to teach drafting at Jefferson Junior High School, which at the time was not considered a female-friendly position. So Ms. Davis fought tirelessly that year to teach because of the sex discrimination she faced. Whereas Ms. Davis's teaching career spanned 40 years, where she served as a teacher in 6 DC public schools, including Jefferson Middle School, Sousa Middle School, Hart Middle School, Phelps High School, Garnet Patterson Middle School, and P.R. Harris Educational Center. Whereas in 2013, Ms. Davis was first elected president of the Washington Teachers Union and was re-elected in 2019. Whereas Ms. Davis has been at the forefront of public education advocacy and reform, transforming the Washington Teachers Union into a solution-driven organization dedicated to social justice, improving teaching and learning conditions, aggressively amplifying the voice of teachers in the dialogue around issues of teaching and learning, and advancing and promoting quality education for all children, irrespective of their zip codes or results of the school lottery. Whereas many who knew Ms. Davis described her as passionate, fierce, and a champion for all of her contributions through her career. And whereas Ms. Davis was actively involved with many local and national education organizations, but by no means limited to Empower DC, Save Our Schools, the Ward 5 Education Council, the Delta Kappa Gamma International Society for Women Educators, the National Commission on Writing, the National Coalition of Education Activists, the DC Area Writing Project, Teaching for Change, DC Voice, DC Jobs with Justice, and the National Writing Project. Now therefore be it resolved, the DC State Board of Education recognizes and honors Ms. Elizabeth Davis for her nearly 60 years of outstanding contributions to education justice and invaluable service to DC public schools and the Washington Teachers Union, as well as her lasting influence on the District of Columbia.
Thank you. Is there a discussion on the resolution? Representative O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President Parker. I'd just like to say some of the same things I said in the working meeting that we had a couple weeks ago about President Davis. I only knew her for about half a year or so, but I did get to know her and just get to see some of the great things that she did in that short span. And I can say with certainty that she was a tireless advocate, and she was also a mentor to me. We'd had multiple conversations throughout the past couple months, and she'd been to so many student advisory committee meetings and events. She'd been a great supporter of students, and she would always try to uplift our voices. She would stay on the meetings no matter how long they went, and she would give her own thoughts. She actually scheduled a meeting with me and a couple other the student advisory committee members with the chancellor about a month or so ago. Something she didn't have to do, but she made sure to do it. In her, I believe, her monthly meeting, she made sure to include us students in that. Even for the 30 minutes that we did get that chance to speak with the chancellor, it was it was an action that spoke volumes to her character and to who she was for this city. And the news that she passed was extremely sad. And just now having some weeks to sort of think about it, it still doesn't feel real, but I know that we'll do as much as we can to honor her legacy for our work that we do and going forward. And I know DC should definitely honor her for the hero, really the superhero that she was. So thank you. And I just, it's just great that we can honor her life and legacy because she did so much for our city, so much for students and teachers.
Thank you. Representative O'Leary.
Yes, I'm glad I'm following Alex because I want in the resolution it mentions that Liz was a student advocate when she was a high school student at Eastern. And she started raising hell then and never stopped until her unfortunate exit from our existence. And we were members of the Washington Teachers Union together for almost 50 years. I've known her almost that long. I started teaching in 1971. She started teaching in 1972. And we went through strikes and positive strikes and negative strikes and everything else. And she never wavered in her quest for teachers and families and students to be recognized and to be honored. And as you can see, as the public can see right now, we are honoring her visually. And she deserves every single plaudit that has ever been given. And she would probably tell everybody to stop talking and get to work. And so that's what we want to do, is we wanted to continue the quest that she had to make the DC public schools the model for the nation.
Absolutely. Representative Gasoi.
Thank you. I will keep it brief because I know I have said a lot already in honor of Liz. But I just want to, in addition to everything that was mentioned in our resolution and the wonderful words from Representative O'Sullivan and Representative Leary, I just want to really raise up the work that she did this past year to help guide us through this crisis. And I think it's not an exaggeration to say, that she really helped to protect us from some real pain that a lot of stakeholders were going to feel in term 2. And so I just want to thank her for that guidance. And she was always so present and her presence was always so powerful. But this year in particular, she just seemed to be in more places than was humanly possible. And I also wanted to underscore her support, of course, for the teachers, but also for students. And I think she attended pretty much every student advisory committee meeting and was just such a tireless advocate. So I just want to make sure that those of us who have been so inspired by her carry on her work, because it needs to be carried on. And rest in power, Liz. We will continue the work.
Thank you. Any other reflections? Oh, Representative Thompson.
I believe Representative Wattenberg was first.
Representative Wattenberg.
I also spoke at the last meeting, so I'm not going to try to be I'm going to try not to be very long, but I just wanted to say 2 things. One, to follow on what Emily said and what an extraordinary role she played this year, really navigating the extraordinary fears that her members had about going back to school and trying to connect that with the reality of wanting students to be in school because that's where they learn, and helping the city to navigate that, and doing it in a way that really showed strength on behalf of her members. And I also want to remember that when the Washington Teachers Union once was a very strong and great union. It was one of the first locals to integrate Black and white teachers together. And then at a certain point, it fell on, we'll just say, some hard times, and there was some very extraordinary corruption. And the union lost a lot of members, and it lost a lot of credibility, and it lost a lot of strength, followed by representing teachers during the term of Michelle Reid, when they lost a lot of bargaining power. And it was so interesting to me that during this last year, people were talking about the boogeyman, the powerful union that was trying to keep kids from going to school. In fact, it was a union that she had rebuilt with some credibility, and the strength that it had was because it represented because it was credible and it represented the real needs of its members. So she just gets extraordinary credit for that. And the other thing I want to lift up is just the extraordinary outpouring for her. You just don't see that with everybody, even great people who die. It was amazing, the number of different examples that people had of just the extraordinary time she took with them. So God bless you. Have a good next life, get things done, etc. Anyway, thanks, Liz.
Thank you. Representative Thompson.
I'm still very sad. Honestly, Liz is the only reason I'm sad and I don't feel well. This is the only reason I came to this meeting today. And some spirits are just more powerful than others. And this is one of those spirits. I would say that I got my second shot yesterday, which is a great thing, yay. It also means I don't feel very well, not yay. But Liz is one of those people who showed up. And so I think the least we can do is show up for her. That's really all I have to give.
Thank you for that, Representative Thompson. Very moving remarks. Not seeing any other requests for comment. I just will actually read something very briefly. It was delivered in 1963 by James Baldwin as he was speaking to a room of educators. And this is really striking because I think it speaks to Liz's life and what she meant to so many, clearly here tonight, but also throughout our city, throughout our country, and to the teachers that she loved. He would say, to any citizen of this country who figures himself as responsible, and particularly those of you who deal with minds and hearts of young people, must be prepared to go for broke. Or to put it another way, you must understand that in an attempt to correct so many generations of bad faith and cruelty, when it is operating not only in the classroom, but in society, you will meet the most fantastic, the most brutal, and the most determined resistance. He would also say, the obligation of anyone who thinks of himself or herself as responsible is to examine society and try to change it and to fight it. And no matter the risk, this is the only hope society has. And I just, in my reflection of James Baldwin's remarks that night to a room full of educators, it just spoke to who Liz was, what she represented, how she operated. And so her fight was not one of self, but for the countless educators here in DC and the society as a whole. And so may her life and legacy live on. And I think Representative O'Sullivan said it best last time. There will be another president of the Washington Teachers Union, but there will never be another Liz Davis. So thank you. Mr. Hayworth, may you please call the roll?
Dr. Gasoi,
Aye.
Mr. Chang, Ms. Wattenberg,
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary,
Aye.
Dr. Sutter,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Dr. Reid,
On behalf of myself and the residents of Ward 8, we do.
Mr. Patterson,
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan,
Aye.
President Parker.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous in favor.
Thank you. We will now move on to CR 2110, honoring Ricardo Duren. Is there a motion on this resolution?
Mr. President, I apologize. We have two other resolutions before we get to that resolution.
I am sorry. I am looking at the agenda and I accidentally missed it. You are absolutely right, Mr. Hayward. Our second resolution is CR 21-8, recognizing Alejandro Diasgranados. Is there a motion on this resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second for this resolution?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Hayward, can you please read the resolution?
State Board of Education Ceremonial Resolution recognizing Alejandro Diasgranados as National University's 2021 Teacher of the Year, CR 21-8. Whereas National University has awarded the 2021 National University Teacher Award to Alejandro Diasgranados, a 4th and 5th grade English Language Arts and Social Studies teacher at Eton Elementary in Ward 7. Whereas Mr. Diasgranados, who was raised in Prince George's County, Maryland, holds a bachelor's degree in health sciences from Virginia State University and a master's degree in elementary education and teaching from Johns Hopkins University School of Education. Whereas Mr. Diasgranados, known as Mr. Dias to his students, has made college a theme for his 3rd and 4th grade classroom, naming his reading groups after prestigious universities and raised money for 40 of his students to attend his graduation at Johns Hopkins University during the 2017-2018 school year. Whereas Mr. Diasgranados, a Teach for America alumni, came to Eton Elementary School in 2015, discovering a passion for and dedication to the field of education. Whereas Mr. Diasgranados empowers his students to lead and learn in the classroom, igniting their empathy and passion to advocate for others, for themselves, and to develop the skills they need to excel in elementary and beyond. And whereas National University awarded Alejandro Diasgranados $50,000 and described him as representing everything the award stands for, a passion for teaching and a commitment to do everything they can to help children grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the District of Columbia State Board of Education honors the commitment and inspiration that Mr. Alejandro Diasgranados provides every day to the students, staff, and community of Eton Elementary School and the District of Columbia.
Thank you. Is there a discussion on the resolution?
I'd just like to say this isn't the first time that he's been awarded something. And so it's just wonderful to have teachers that spread their knowledge and their passion throughout the schools and throughout the city.
Absolutely. Representative Sutter.
Thank you, President Parker. I want to commend Mr. Diasgranados for his award and his work on behalf of his students. I simply want to call out that I think it's wonderful that a social studies teacher in the elementary grades was awarded this honor, because we often talk about how not all children are afforded rich social studies education in elementary school. And it's super important that we are able to call attention to that, not just for it being delivered, but it being delivered by award-winning teachers who bring a real passion for the subject and help their students find it as well. So congratulations, and thank you for all that you do.
Absolutely. I may not call you all in order. I'm going by the order of my screen, so I'm going to go with Representative Reid.
Yes, I just have to say congratulations when Representative Thompson, I guess, proposed that we do the ceremonial resolution. I watched the clip from, I believe, Ellen, where Mr. Diasgranados was present to receive, well, he didn't know, but it was, I think, technology awarded to the school. And he was so deeply moved about the gift to students. And I think that just spoke volumes of the type of educator that he is, and a blessing to have him in DC, and I guess also the students of Aton and families of Aton Elementary, may he just continue to inspire other teachers throughout our district to do and care the same.
Absolutely. Vice President Gasoi.
Representative O'Sullivan can go first.
Representative O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Vice President. I just wanted to say congratulations to Mr. Diasgranados on the award of National Teacher of the Year and for being honored here tonight. I just like to say, as a student, like, teachers change our lives. So I can just imagine these students having this teacher who is the National Teacher of the Year, what that will do for them this year and going forward. They'll have a lasting impact, and they'll always remember the impact he had on them. So I just think it's really important that we do as much as we can to value our teachers, because great teachers really do impact us in ways that not many adults really can, like, besides our parents. I think I said this at one of the first state board meetings I attended, but teachers are the ones that impact our lives the most outside of our family. So it's just so great that he's being honored, and that all of our teachers can be honored for their great work as well.
Thank you. Vice President Gasoi.
Yes, I just wanted to echo my colleagues in congratulating Mr. Diasgranados, and I like Representative Reid, did a little research and listened to some interviews with Mr. Diasgranados, and something that stood out to me is that, of course, we are honoring him for his attention to the academic achievement of his students, but it's so clear that, as with many teachers, he was engaged on so many levels with his students. So I just want to thank him for the incredible relationships and trust that he clearly has built with his students and also with his colleagues, because he was very actively engaged in creating sort of a strong school community that rallied around students when there was an absentee problem. They worked to figure out what the root cause was, and then to address that problem in a very holistic way. So in the spirit of, our state board's attention to meeting the needs of the whole child, I just want to applaud him for really taking that seriously in his work.
Representative Thompson.
Okay, no more crying. I want to say that I'm super excited and honored that we have yet another wonderful teacher in Ward 7, because he's not the only one. And I don't just mean my mom, because yes, she's fabulous, because she shows up at Kimball Elementary. But I remember being on the campaign, and one of the other people who were also running for this seat had a lot of comments about teachers in Ward 7, and saying that, we needed better teachers, and that's why we didn't have certain test scores. And there was a lot of blame of individuals. Now, let me tell you why that's important. And I showed this in the NASB PEP meeting I was in earlier, which I owe you all a readout for. But we're looking at racial equity. And one of the things that's always been important is not to blame students for their situations. We blame adults, we blame systems, we should blame systems. And when we think about Black students in particular, because ATOM mostly has Black kids, let's be honest about it. It's the only time where we say like, okay, it's a failing school, but we don't understand what that means like for the kids. And we don't understand what that means for the adults who pour so much into those kids who show up every day. And so anytime we have something to celebrate like an award, not that we shouldn't celebrate them every day, it forces us to think differently about all the good things happening in our schools, in our communities, with our kids, despite the fact that they have not been set up to be successful in that way. And so I am super thrilled. I'm so glad we get to celebrate him. I'm sad he cannot be with us. And I just want to reinforce that he's not the only one. And I want to reinforce that he's not the first teacher on Ward 7 to win an award. So I'm glad to vote in honor of this today. And I thank you all for being, for putting this on our agenda.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests for comment, I would just say I'm thrilled that a young teacher of color is our nation's capital Teacher of the Year and is now on a national platform. And as Representative Thompson said, I'm thrilled that he is doing the great work in Ward 7 and clearly changing lives. And so this honor is well served. And so with that, Mr. Hayworth, may you please call the roll.
Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Chang.
Aye.
Ms. Wattenberg. Ms. Wattenberg, I believe you're on mute.
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary.
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Ms. Thompson.
Aye.
Dr. Reid.
Aye.
Mr. Patterson.
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
President Parker.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous in favor.
Thank you. We will now move on to our third ceremonial resolution, CR 21-9, honoring National School Library Month. Is there a motion on this resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Being properly moved and seconded. Mr. Hayworth, please read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education Ceremonial Resolution honoring National School Library Month, CR 21-9. Whereas April is designated as National School Library Month by the American Association of School Librarians and was first organized in April of 1985. Whereas the purpose of National School Library Month is to recognize, celebrate, and uplift the great profession of school librarians. Whereas National School Library Month promotes the public participation in recognizing school librarians as essential advocates and resources in their schools and communities. Whereas in April 2021, the theme for School Library Month is Welcome to Your Library. Whereas school libraries provided access to materials for teachers and students that will encourage growth and knowledge, as well as develop literary, cultural, and ethical standards. Whereas there are more than 100 full-time school-based librarians in the District of Columbia. Whereas the DC Public Schools FY 2022 comprehensive staffing model recommends schools with 300 or more students to receive one full-time library media specialist. And whereas the National School Library Month will be commemorated this year virtually on the American Association of School Librarians social media, as well as with socially distant events like the outdoor reading event hosted and attended by members of the DC State Board of Education and other elected representatives on April 14th. Now therefore be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education calls for the full and equitable funding of librarians to ensure every student in the district has access to a properly funded and regularly updated library collection with flourishing library programs staffed by certified librarians, as library workers are core to student learning, to families, and to teachers collaborating for student achievement. And be it finally resolved that on the occasion of National School Library Month, the DC State Board of Education celebrates the school librarians and library workers in the district, as certified school librarians are essential contributors to our district's learning communities.
Thank you. Is there discussion on this resolution? Representative Chang.
Great, thanks. As you know, I absolutely love libraries for personal reasons and for the work that they do that I think is often misunderstood. And I think it's really important for me to make sure that everyone understands that school libraries are not just repositories of books, and that school librarians build trusted relationships with students. They support teachers. They're the heart of many school communities. And even though their impact is not easy to quantify with short-term indicators, I don't think that means that they don't generate transformative long-term outcomes. I'm particularly concerned about recent policies to access school librarian positions, and I find that cutting school librarian positions right now, given the challenges that our students currently face, is very short-sighted.
Thank you. Representative Wattenberg.
Yeah, I just also want to note that librarians play a huge role. They help kids pick out books that are going to excite them and take them to the next level of literature. They help the staff in a school develop book lists for whatever topic they're working on. And what we have now, for people who don't understand this, is we fund through DCPS. Schools get funded to include librarians. And this year, and it happened in previous years, there was a move to say, oh no, that's discretionary. We're going to give schools the option to have or not have a librarian based on their own needs, as though some schools might not need a librarian. Now, it may be that there is some school in some circumstance that figures out that maybe there's a better way to do this. I don't know. But what is happening is, if you take money away from people, if you give schools a skeleton budget and then say, oh, and you have the discretion to lose your librarian and you don't have the discretion to lose anything else, that's what schools have to lose. And the result is not good for kids. And discretion makes sense when we're funding people in ways that they can provide for the whole child and provide what the schools need. This is really not okay. And it certainly is not okay as we're coming out of the pandemic. So I'm glad that the board is working on this, and I'm glad to see the different advocacy efforts that are going on to make sure that we can put our librarians back so they don't all go and get other jobs before next year. And we can have stable schools, stable libraries, and kids learning to read and reading.
Representative O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President Parker. Just to echo the sentiments of what Representative Wattenberg said, it absolutely makes no sense to be cutting our librarians from the DC education budget. They are probably, if not the most important part of our education, but like reading is the first thing we tell all of our kids to do. You know, it's what your parents tell. It's what my parents tell me to do. You know, they get mad if I watch too much sports. It's always read a book. So it wouldn't make sense, especially now as we're going more into this digital age, that we need to make sure our students have the ability to read. And in our school buildings, especially where inequities exist, it is harder on certain communities. So our libraries, our DC public libraries, our school libraries are more important than ever. So it should be a priority to all of our education officials, the mayor's administration. I don't have a library at my school, which is very sad. So I don't have a school librarian to shout out. I did at my elementary school, but I'll shout out a librarian who I've been in meetings with over the past couple months, Christopher Stewart. And similar on that note with President Davis, we had meetings together, the three of us and some other education members from throughout the city. So I just want to commend him on the work he's doing with one of his programs, which I think sends books out to kids who need it. So I think we should be spotlighting the efforts of librarians, just like we did with the National Teacher of the Year. Same thing with librarians, and we should value their work. So it's a great time for us to honor librarians and their contributions to our education.
Thank you. Vice President Gasoi.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Yes, so our resolution notes that librarians are essential advocates and resources in their schools and communities. And I just want to underline the word essential there. And as school librarians testifying this evening, including I saw Mr. Stewart will be one of them, I'm sure they will outline in detail that school librarian positions are being cut across the city, but disproportionately in wards 7 and 8. So this is clearly an equity issue. And all students need and deserve a full-time librarian to help them access the wide world of opportunities that books open up and to safely and confidently navigate the now vast digital landscape. And all the other things that they do, including some of the things mentioned by by my colleagues. We can't afford to cut librarians ever, right? But especially not now during this crisis, it's crazy. And I think that our support of school librarians can start with advocacy to fix our broken school funding formula that forces school leaders to make impossible decisions about which staff members to cut in order to meet baseline costs. This is an untenable system and our school communities deserve better. So I am proud to vote for this resolution this evening.
Representative O'Leary.
I'd like to piggyback on what Representative Gasoi is talking about the budget. Anyone that's watching this tonight or listening to it, please talk to your representatives and to your elected representatives and to anybody else in your community. With all this money that's coming in from the federal government, it will be a crime to cut back any librarian or teacher in any school in this city. That should be the priority right away. And so that's my soapbox for the day. The other thing I'd like everyone to know is that all the people that you're looking at on this Zoom call a couple of weeks ago, we had a read across the city that Mr. Chang sponsored, and we were reading at all different kind of locations for the city to students all over the city, probably hundreds of students, we can say that. And then we were reading from the things called books. And those are the most important thing in educating anyone. If you look at the history of the United States and you understand the people who became well-known, they became well-known because they were readers and they learned things and they read some more and they read some more. And you don't stop reading at a certain age. I guarantee you that. I'm done.
Representative Sutter.
Thank you. Always difficult to follow Representative O'Leary talking about books. Not an enviable place to be. I wanted to shout out to Ward 6 librarians for School Librarians Month. We have a ton of wonderful librarians in Ward 6, but one of our librarians was recently honored. Ms. Casey Boyd at Jefferson Middle School was named the 2021 Distinguished Librarian. She received the Distinguished Librarians Award from the American Library Association. She's also a tireless advocate for making sure that DCPS maintains librarians, especially at schools in Ward 7 and Ward 8. So congratulations to Ms. Boyd for that honor. I also love her her Twitter handle rather. She's @bosslibrarian, and absolutely, she is a boss librarian. I also want to shout out Ms. Dodsworth, the librarian at Eastern High School, who I first met when I went into Eastern High School for what was billed as a holiday book fair. And I learned that what Ms. Dodsworth does is she goes to bookstores, gets donated books, and every year around the holidays in ordinary non-pandemic times, hosts a book sale, except that there's no cost. She invites students, families from the Eastern community to walk through the library and pick out books to give as gifts. That's one of the small gestures that she offers the school as part of her work as librarian. She also holds a ton of different author talks, which she's continued to do virtually throughout the pandemic, and extends those invitations to the middle school feeders for Eastern High School. So to Ms. Dodsworth and Ms. Boyd, thank you so much for the work that you do. Thank you to all of our Ward 6 librarians and all the school librarians across the city.
Thank you for lifting up those awesome educators. Representative Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to be the second on this particular motion for the simple fact that there's nothing more precious than being late taking your kids to school. And I'm a DCPS parent. When they say, I have to go back and get a book, I left it in my room because I need to check out another book. And I have to turn this one in so I can get this other book that I'm waiting to read. I so appreciate the librarians in my children's life because they gave them such a love of reading. And their vocabulary and the things and the places that these books have taken them are just extraordinary. And when you're a parent and you watch your child grow by the books that they read, it is something that's magical. It is something that warms your heart. It fills your conversations with questions that you can't believe. And it's just a magical moment. And librarians make those magical moments for parents. And so I so appreciate them. The other thing I would like to say is I think it's a crime that as an LSAT member that I sit there. This is my second year where librarians come up and we're talking about them and them being part of our schools and trying to stretch budgets and putting principals in bad positions. I think that is just truly criminal that you put a principal and a LSAT in a position where they're making those type of decisions, because it's not just a title on a piece of paper. It is a magical person that lives and breathes and gives life to your schools. So to my colleagues, thank you for putting this resolution together. I'm proud to be part of it and to second it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Representative Wattenberg. I know you've already went, but there was a request to double.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say something specific about Wilson and the Wilson Library. So our librarian, Pam Gardner at Wilson, is the one librarian for nearly 2,000 students, and her job is on the chopping block. So this is crazy. I just wanted to add that just to be a crazy example. And I also want to say, just to give you a sense of some of the things that librarians do, she's also working on the archives of Wilson High School. And how important is that when Chancellor Farabee has told us yesterday that they're going to change the name finally of Woodrow Wilson High School, and it will become August Wilson High School, and there'll be a big archiving project around that. So for all of those reasons, please, we need our librarians.
I won't belabor the point here. You've all made such excellent points. I would just say we fund what we care about, and the facts show that we fund police in our schools. In fact, we have more police in our schools than we have counselors. We have more police in our schools than we have librarians. And still, we're cutting librarians for our schools. The research is clear, the science is clear. As Representative O'Leary pointed out, the more you read, the better reader you become, the more fluent you become, the more you develop foundational literacy skills. And as we've heard earlier that Superintendent Young mentioned that there is a focus on literacy. And so we should be putting our money where our mouth is and doubling down on the things that we know pay off for students. So with that, I'm happy to vote in favor of this resolution as well. And Mr. Hayworth, please call the roll.
Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Chang.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Yes.
Dr. O'Leary.
I agree with Mr. Chang.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Ms. Thompson.
What Representative Chang said.
Dr. Reid.
Aye.
Mr. Patterson.
With the enthusiasm of my colleague, yes. Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
President Parker.
Aye.
The resolution is approved unanimously.
Thank you. And members, Representative Patterson and others, I am calling members based on how I see you on my screen, just how you populate. And so please, for the sake of time and efficiency, just when I call on you, please share your remarks. But it is not in any ranking at all. We will move on to our fourth ceremonial resolution, CR 21-10, honoring Ricardo Duren. Is there a motion on this resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Being properly moved and seconded, Mr. Mehrotra, can you please read the resolution into the record?
State Board of Education Ceremonial Resolution celebrating the life of Ricardo Duren, CR 21-10. Whereas Ricardo Duren, affectionately known to his family as Cardo and to some as Los, was born on July 16, 1972 in Washington, D.C. to Claretta Duren and the late Lindell Nelson. Whereas Ricardo graduated from Paul Laurence Dunbar Senior High School and continued his education at Bowie State University. Whereas Ricardo's love and passion for basketball led him to become an assistant coach for the Dunbar Senior High School boys basketball team. Whereas Ricardo, along with two of his coworkers, initiated back-to-school book bag giveaways with supplies at the Ward 5 Brentwood Recreation Center to make sure all youth in the community were prepared on their first day of school. Whereas Ricardo Duren was a strong advocate for Brentwood Young at Hart Senior Group of the Brentwood Recreation Center in Northeast Washington, D.C. Whereas Ricardo's sudden passing leaves a void in the Dunbar Senior High School and Ward 5 community for which he was loved. Now therefore be it resolved, the D.C. State Board of Education recognizes and honors Ricardo Duren for his contributions to the Dunbar Senior High School community and his mentorship of students across the district.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Representative Sutter.
Thank you, President Parker. So I happened to be at Dunbar High School a few weeks ago when students honored the coach. The Coach Clark runs a biking program at Dunbar High School after school. And prior to the first bike of the spring season, there was a service and a ceremony at the football stadium and a time for people to share their reflections. It was clear from the outpouring of people present and love and support in the comments what a loss this is to the community. So I'm pleased that we're honoring the coach this evening and that we are holding him and all who loved him in our hearts.
Absolutely. Thank you. Is there other discussion? Representative O'Leary.
Yes, just to think about what we were talking about librarians. I coached in DCPS for over 40 years. And it's coaches, I'm not talking about the head coaches. I'm talking about the assistant coaches and the volunteers that help out on all of the sports throughout the year are well past being underappreciated for all of the things that they do with relationships with players and with helping the teams themselves. So anytime that someone who's a leader of young men and women goes away at a not planned time, it leaves a big hole in the heart of the school and the community. So I'm glad that we have this resolution. Thank you.
Absolutely. Is there other discussion? All right. Ricardo was beloved in Ward 5. He was beloved at Dunbar, and I think Representative O'Leary said it best that not only assistant coaches, but those that are connected deeply with our students and young people and that can speak to them in their language and just see them for human beings versus just a student or just someone on the team are critical to building school culture. And that's exactly what Ricardo was to the Dunbar team. This is a huge loss. It's a sudden loss. And there are a lot of people mourning. I talked to Principal Smith at Dunbar, and she went on and on about just how much of a tremendous asset Ricardo was to the Dunbar family. And so she's really thankful for this recognition, and we'll be sure to pass it on to members of the Dunbar High School family. And so thank you. Mr. Hayworth, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Chang,
Aye.
Ms. Wattenberg, if you hold down the space bar, Ms. Wattenberg. Okay. Dr. O'Leary,
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Wattenberg and Dr. Sutter. Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Dr. Reid,
Aye.
Mr. Patterson,
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan,
Aye.
President Parker.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous in favor.
Thank you. Members, we will now turn to the public comment portion of our meeting. To members of the public, thank you for being patient with us tonight. Our ceremonial resolutions took a little longer today than they normally do, but well worth it. At every public meeting, we hear testimony for public witnesses on education-related matters. Your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, please contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by calling 202-741-0888. Tonight, we have 16 public witnesses. We will be holding to a strict limit on 3 minutes per witness. While you speak, there will be a timer on your screen. If you set your view to gallery mode, you will be able to see that timer. Following each group of 6 witnesses, we will pause for questions from board members. Members will have 2 minutes for questions after each panel. That 2 minutes includes their question and comment and the answer from those testifying. Mr. Hayworth will call the witnesses as well as the question period. He will also mute witnesses or board members that exceed their allotted time. Thank you in advance for understanding. And with that, Mr. Hayworth, you may begin.
Mr. Goldstein.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to testify this evening. I'm joining you tonight in wearing red for Ed in honor of the life and legacy of Liz Davis, and so appreciate your fitting tributes as we started the meeting tonight to an unmatched force for teachers and students in our community. Over 6 years ago, I interviewed for a position at DC Public Schools in a high school where I had long desired to teach. I was interviewed by one principal in the spring, onboarded by a different principal over the summer, started school with a third principal in the fall, and after my first year, the school hired a fourth principal who would ultimately just be there for 2 years before the fifth principal came in. When I arrived in the fall of 2015, I met an amazing team of educators, some new and some who had been the rocks of the community they were serving for decades. Those educators were so important to me as a new teacher to the school, but more importantly, these mostly Black educators who had been serving the school for 20, even 30 years were everything to our students. Some had taught their parents before them, they knew the community, and they knew how to reach students. But what I didn't know yet was how disrespected many of them felt as principal after principal came and went in such a short time span, passed over for leadership opportunities, changed to teach other courses with no regard for their experiences or passion or expertise, denied chances they've long had to work with students in extracurricular settings, and more. Many were ready to leave. And it wasn't just the veteran teachers. Our school lost nearly half of our teaching staff that year, and between a third and half in each of the few successive years. Seeing the disappointment in the eyes of students when teachers told them in the spring they weren't coming back, and hearing students blame themselves when in fact it was a lack of respect from other adults and a lack of voice in our system that they had so long served is what drove me to start Empower Ed. Representation matters. Over the past 3 years, we have put teacher retention and representation at the center of our work and put it on the agenda in DC. Along with the state board, we have ensured a focus on educator retention and representation and education policy in the district. In our first year, we highlighted the huge drop in Black educators we had experienced over a decade of education reform. Last year, we led a campaign to focus the city on recruiting, supporting, and retaining Latinx educators, where we continue to see a stunning gap in teacher representation in wards 1 and 4 and a sizable gap citywide. We fought successfully to get visa support for immigrant educators and began work with agencies considering what reforms to licensure process might look like. And now, after 3 years of careful thought and research and many months of conversations with key stakeholders, from university and other prep programs to experts, advocates, and DC education agencies, we are releasing our proposal for the Representation and Education Pipeline Project, or REP-DC. At its heart, this proposal mirrors successful programs elsewhere while learning from both best practices and mistakes to craft a proposal that meets DC's needs and would make us a national leader in teacher retention and diversity. We're actively discussing this proposal with elected officials and very optimistic about its chances for becoming reality. We've met with UDC, Howard American, and many more. And what this program would fundamentally do is make paraprofessionals and DC high school students, give them a clear pathway without the financial burden into our classrooms to become educators. Last year, this board passed resolutions on recruitment of Black and Latinx educators, and we believe this—
Mr. Goldstein, I hate to interrupt you, but the time is done. I do want to note for members that the testimony of Mr. Goldstein, as well as a really informative information about this program, is also on our website under the public testimony section, so you can review it there. I apologize for having to interrupt you. Ms. Stamper.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Stamper, and I'm a Ward 7 resident. DC has a teacher retention crisis, losing 25 to 30% of teachers annually, and more over the 3 to 5 year time frame. Educators of color matter for students and make a profound difference on student outcomes and on student lives. Educators of color who teach in their home communities stay longer, thus helping us, and I mean the District of Columbia, with representation and retention. I am a paraprofessional serving students at Minor Elementary School in Ward 6 of the District of Columbia since March 2016. When I began working for DC Public Schools in March of 2016, I'd only earned my Bachelor of Arts degree. However, as of March 2020, I earned my Master's of Arts in Public Administration's degree from Strayer University here in Washington, D.C. To be frank, State Board of Education, I need a pathway to becoming a lead teacher, and would really appreciate the support to make my dream a reality. If DC Public School supports its paraprofessionals by providing a way to become a certified classroom teacher, this would address the loss of educators, which is about 25–30%, which I referenced earlier, annually. And you know what? My dream is to be able to walk from my house, the 4900 block of Just Street, to right here, either to Houston, to Kelly Miller Middle School. Hell, I'll even teach at Ron Brown if I have to. I'll go to Burville, anywhere if it's in Ward 7. You know why? Because more likely than not, if I teach in my neighborhood and I'm serving my community and the kids right on my street, Just Street or Lee, Meade, 49th Place, I'm more likely to stay at my school, to work there for generations, to serve my community. With that being said, are there any questions or comments? Also, as a paraprofessional that has a master's degree, I have a lot of student debt. So just imagine, and that's one of my Just Street kids calling me now. They need help with homework. Just to be frank, if I had a pathway to become a certified teacher, here's what's holding me back. I promised Liz Davis that I would not give up on certification. This is prior to her passing her way tragically. The last time she said, Stamper, have you given up on it? I said, no, I ain't gave up on it. I see still, I'm trying. She said, don't give up. So I'm not gonna give up. And to respect to her, I won't give up. I'm a rep DC. I really want a pathway, a specific pathway, intentional by DC Public Schools. You have a lot of paraprofessionals that not necessarily know more than a teacher, but have been in the community longer, therefore have built those bonds that a Teach for America teacher probably won't have with the community. With that being said, that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Estrado.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm a DC Charter Special Education Coordinator, Teacher Diversity Co-Chair with Empower Ed, and a parent of a DC Charter School student. So I've had the pleasure of being part of Empower Ed for the past 3 years and have worked on a number of initiatives and campaigns related to teacher diversity, recruitment, and retention. Rep DC is a combination of the last 2 years of research, planning, and advocacy. This proposal aims to create a sustainable teacher pipeline that focuses on diversity and workforce opportunities. Rep DC will give paraprofessionals, those with bachelor's degrees and those without, as well as high school students, the opportunity to receive funding through a citywide initiative for Grow Your Own programs to pursue careers in the teaching profession. Some may ask, why is this necessary? When we look at the demographic data of teachers versus students in DC, there is a clear discrepancy between the number of Black teachers to Black students, particularly in wards 5 through 8, with an average gap of 27%. This gap takes a significant jump when we look at the number of Latinx students to Latinx teachers, especially in wards 1 and 4, with a gap of 43% and 30% respectively, according to the 2019 Aussie Teacher Workforce Report. We all know that representation matters and that research states that outcomes such as test scores, attendance, and suspension rates are affected by the demographic match between teachers and students. And even more specifically, according to a 2017 discussion paper, if a Black male student has at least one Black teacher in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade, he is significantly less likely to drop out of high school and more likely to aspire to attend a 4-year college. So you see, the increase in diversity in the teacher workforce provides benefits on multiple levels, those coming into the profession and the students being represented. This is why it's necessary. The Representation and Education Pipeline Project, REPDC, offers a solution to address the significant gaps that we are seeing in the district. We're proposing a centralized way to strengthen and fund Grow Your Own programs here in DC. The citywide effort will facilitate opportunities for paraprofessionals who hold or do not currently hold a bachelor's degree, as well as opportunities for high school students in DCPS and DC charter schools. Cohorts of high school students will receive this opportunity through dual enrollment programs and partnerships with various universities, while cohorts of paraprofessionals would have the opportunity to become fully licensed teachers through similar university partnerships, as well as teacher prep programs. With the understanding that support through mentorship is one of the keys to success and sustainability in the profession, both tracks would offer mentorship through completion of the program and into the first few years of teaching. To fund this opportunity, we're proposing competitive grants funded through OSSI to prep programs who partner with LEAs and financial assistance to participants. We envision this to be a low cost and ideally no cost way for participants to earn their licensure. Sorry, I'm just checking to see if I ran out of time.
Yes, ma'am. You unfortunately you have, but we appreciate you being here very much. Mr. Thompson.
Thanks, everyone. Before the meeting, before we got to this question, I had to change my shirt, and it's, I think, so timely that the board is honoring the memory of Elizabeth Davis and this conversation about teachers. 5 years ago in February, I had a conversation with President Davis, and she encouraged me at the time when I was in high school to become a teacher. My GPA was low, so there was a scholarship the WT had offered. This is not my testimony, but she did not know my GPA was low. I was still on track to graduate from high school, but she didn't know my GPA. But she's like, "We have a scholarship. We want you should become a teacher." And I always think back to that email. Did not know me, save for the time that we spent together that day, but inspired me to become a teacher. Haven't started that yet, but that just sticks with me all the time. At any rate, it's not my testimony. So greetings, President Parker, Vice President Gasoi, members of the state board. For over 2 centuries, mobility, well, my name is Ronald Thompson. I'm a native Washingtonian and a proud product of DC's public schools. For over 2 centuries, mobility for African Americans has either been denied or dictated. The legal doctrine of separate but equal was enshrined by the United States Supreme Court in a case focused on the segregation of rail passengers in Louisiana on the basis of race. 8 years before Brown v. Board of Education and Bowling v. Sharp were decided, the Supreme Court began to chip away at legal segregation in Morgan v. Virginia, nullifying a Virginia law that enforced segregation on intercity buses. Along with decisions from the Interstate Commerce Commission and another Supreme Court decision in 1960, legal segregation in public and interstate transportation would be ended by law. But what we know is that other government policy kept de facto segregation alive throughout our nation's transportation system and in other aspects of our lives. The introduction of the interstate highway system and intentional underlying housing discrimination of the 20th century made possible white flight from cities. This process was supercharged with the desegregation of public schools. White flight, redlining, underinvestment in cities by local and federal officials, uprising in response to racial discrimination, and the flight of the African-American middle class from cities created an environment where the most marginalized and underserved among us were trapped with poor living conditions, slipshod public services, and little room to advance socially or economically. This history is important context for our ongoing conversation as a district about the so-called ecosystem or constellation of public schools, neighborhood schools of right, traditional magnet schools, public charter schools, and the district's robust system of school choice. Racism in the United States of America, including the district, is not built on the foundations of individual biases. It is predicated on the collective, intentional, and persistent notion that people of African descent with dark skin are less civilized, less intelligent, and less capable than their non-Black peers. It is belief that the spaces we occupy are undesirable and irredeemable. While it has become less and less acceptable to speak these beliefs plainly, the pernicious notion is so embedded in our nation that we found words that on their face don't sound racist, but when analyzed can be viewed. For example, high quality. We hear this word often in public education, especially in conversations about education equity. The claim that we need more high quality options for our students on its face sounds innocuous. When we start to examine the demographic of schools, we associate with the phrase.
Mr. Thompson,
I'm sorry, I was gonna finish my thought, but thank you, John Paul.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Ms. Hugh.
Good evening. My name is Grace Hu. I'm a DCPS parent and with Digital Equity in DC Education. We're a group of DCPS parents who've been advocating for digital equity since 2018. Today, I'd like to urge you to support two bills that DC Council recently introduced and also discuss digital literacy. While the school system has started making investments in the short term to address the most visible technology shortcomings, devices, DCPS still lacks a comprehensive multi-year plan 4 years after the DC auditor recommended that DCPS create and make public a multi-year technology needs plan to define and provide adequate technology to each school. Council members recently proposed two bills that will put in place plans to address digital equity in a sustainable way. The first bill is the DCPS Technology Equity Act, introduced by Councilmember Louis George. This would require DCPS to develop a multi-year plan for technology every 3 years that includes a vision and goals for educational technology in DCPS, the schedule and framework for refreshing technology for all schools, a plan to close gaps in digital literacy skills, and detailed cost estimates and funding sources for the plan. It also requires a steering committee that includes parents, teachers, students, and representatives from ward ed councils to monitor and advise DCPS on this plan. The second bill is the Internet Equity Amendment Act, introduced by Councilmember Allen. This bill would amend the legislation that created the Office of the Chief Technology Officer to update the agency's mission to include ensuring that all residents have equitable access to high-speed internet. It would also define minimum upload and download speeds needed for residents to work and learn from home, and make Octo deliver a master internet plan to the council that includes a timeline and actions to ensure that all residents are connected to the internet at or faster than the minimum speeds. Now, digital literacy is more than a buzzword to us. It means children are taught typing skills so that they can complete online testing without the added barrier of limited typing proficiency. It means when students get assigned to do a research project and make a PowerPoint on the findings, they can focus on the actual assignment and not struggle with using the software and conducting online research. And that means that our graduates are competitive for the Amazon jobs and other high-tech, high-paid tech jobs in the region. DCPS has no overall plan or standardized approach to ensure every student has these kind of digital literacy skills. It's also unclear whose responsibility in the school it is to teach these skills. Librarians, many of whom have gone through a master's program with a heavy emphasis on digital tools, could help more with digital literacy, but their positions are being cut. Our digital equity team will be researching how to address digital literacy gaps this spring, and I hope to come back at a future date to share our findings. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Well timed. I appreciate that. Members, we will be starting our round of questions now. If you do have questions, please use the raise your hand feature, and I will call on you in the order that you have indicated that you have questions for this panel. Mr. Patterson.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Goldstein, and I was trying to have it in the chat, but I wanted to give him the opportunity to expound on a little bit. On the proposal, is there a DC, teach in DC requirement for your proposal? For the simple fact, I would hate to create all these great teachers and then they go off to another jurisdiction. So if you could expound on that a little bit.
Of course. And later you heard from Amaya Garcia with New America Foundation, who's a really great expert and how this works in other states and can give some more elaboration. The goal is you are committing to teaching in DC, right? Usually that would be a period of 4 or 5 years and grow your own programs if you're receiving the financial assistance. The complexity to that is that we learned from prep programs like American University was pretty emphatic about this, for example. If they are trying to get students in high school in dual enrollment and interested in teaching as a profession, and you are tying that financial assistance to staying and teaching for 5 years, and they're making that decision at 16 or 17, that can become complicated, right? With kind of the threat of hanging over their head repayment of all of that money if they make a career choice, which is often inevitable, right, at that age. So there's a little complexity to it, but that is absolutely the goal. The repayment part varies.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Reid.
Okay, speaking of technology, my internet is glitching a bit, so I apologize if I cut in and out. I appreciate the conversation on the non-traditional pathways to the classroom, because that's a part of my story. But I don't have time to get into that, but happy to talk about to anybody, especially Scott and Ms. Stamper. But I guess a two-part question. What are barriers in teacher candidates, I guess, what are barriers in teacher candidates, I guess, navigating non-traditional pathways from teacher perspective, and then also about leadership, because that is a piece that's key to me too, with the high turnover of leadership that we have in our schools in Ward 8. So non-traditional pathways for teachers and non-traditional pathways for leaders.
Patricia.
I wanted to speak to the non-traditional pathway for teachers. When I first came out of undergrad, I did not have my certification. I had only passed the writing, praxis writing, now past praxis reading. The path that I took was very non-traditional. I long-term sub for 2 years. It gave me the opportunity to teach all over the district, to see how the difference in Ballou than it's Dunbar, how Eastern is ran in comparison to Wilson. I realized very quickly that equity and expectations were different across the district. However, it was the same DC Public Schools curriculum. PJ, sit back. Scott, did you have anything you wanted to add? I know for me personally, the hurdle has been, when I applied initially for Teach for America, I was working for Uber when it first came out, and had all these young kids in my car, and I was like, hold up, pause. What do I have to do to get in the door? And it was like, all you need is this GPA. And I graduated, my undergrad GPA was only 2.3. I worked so much to put myself through school that I didn't have the time to get quality grades as I should have. I was literally working 60 to 80 hours per every pay period. And you can't do that now because of Obamacare and everything, but that's what I did to put myself through school. Had I probably not worked so much and actually got some type of stipend or pay as you go, or was funded fully, I probably would have had a better GPA. I would have, because I wouldn't have been as tired and sleeping whenever I had the opportunity. However, I'm still working that hard now to provide for my family, still working 80-hour weeks. And I'm now, 35 years old. I have a master's degree, but it's almost sacrificing. Yes, I have this wonderful degree, but as Kanye said, I can't sleep with my degrees. They're not going to keep me warm at night. I have all this knowledge. I'm not a college dropout, but how can I actually buy a house here in Deanwood? How can I actually make my dream a reality to be able to teach at Houston Elementary School rather than just taking my child there or walking there for a association meeting of some sort? So
thank you very much, Ms. Stamper. I apologize. I do have to
go ahead.
Dr. O'Leary.
Yes, I'm not going to talk about teacher retention and everything else about the teachers, because that's what we were working on together. I would like to ask Ms. Hu 2 questions. Is there a plan to teach students this summer about how to use a computer and become literate on computers so that they can work with those in the fall?
We will be meeting with the Office of Teaching and Learning in DCPS in May to see what their plan is. I mean, I think what we saw was even the things that were offered, like recorded webinars and, YouTube clips. Those are not necessarily the kind of practical hands-on training that our students and families needed. So it's not to say there's zero stuff going on, but I think we need to make it more useful, the stuff we have. And then we need some kind of curriculum or standardized approach. Like what kind of skills should a third grader have? What kind of skills should an eighth grader have before they go to high school? And we don't have that right now, that kind of framework for DCPS.
And the other question is, do all the students in DCPS and DC public charter schools have working devices?
I won't speak for
yes or no answer will suffice.
The condition varies, and the policy is you should have a working device. That is what the policy is. The condition of these devices vary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wattenberg.
I want to make one comment about the pipeline, and then I'm going to turn the rest of my time over to Mr. Thompson. But on the pipeline, I want to say, I believe the paraprofessional pipeline was first launched by the United Federation of Teachers in New York City. And I will just say that it gave extraordinary opportunities to incredible people in New York City and produced, a generation of wonderful teachers. So I am just thrilled that you guys are looking at that as one of the main sources. I think it's just a terrific, terrific approach. And now to Ron Thompson.
I'm going to be generous with the time. I just wanted to finish this thought, and it's some more in here. I hope you all are able to read it, but I just want to finish this thought. The claim that we need more high quality options for our students on its face sounds innocuous. When we start to examine the demographic of schools we associate with the phrase high quality, a clearer picture begins to be painted. This is doubly true when we start to examine which neighborhoods people claim are in constant need of high quality options. Just like we cannot sustain the continued expansion of highways, the continued disruption of our efforts to ensure that our most marginalized and vulnerable children are delivered a public education of the highest quality by right and with ease cannot be sustained. We must be mindful of the unintended consequences of the constellation of schools before us, the robust system of choice our families operate in, and the systems of funding that have routinely neglected the myriad needs of African American children. While it is no one sector's responsibility for breaking down racism and the inequities it produces, it is my hope that elected and appointed officials engaged in the work of overseeing and bettering the district's public education system recognize that the long goal of public education in the U.S. has been to ensure that a well-rounded quality education is delivered by right. Thank you, Representative Wattenberg.
Thank you.
Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Representative Wattenberg, for allowing Mr. Thompson to continue so we could hear his full testimony. And I want to thank Ms. Hu for elevating the legislation on digital equity for us. I want to turn my attention to those of you who are here talking about teacher retention and the pipeline. It's very exciting, so thank you. First, I just want to say that, I taught at a school, I was a founding teacher at Mission Hill School in Boston, where we had a built-in system of succession. So teachers had the option of training with our principal and a local university to become a principal. And likewise, the assistant teachers had the same opportunity to train with the lead teachers and a university to become the teachers. And that school has one of the lowest turnover rates in the city, maybe the country. It's had 3 principals in 22 years. So I just want to point that out. It's possible. It wasn't that complicated to set up in that school. So it might be worth actually talking to them, and I can help with that. Another thing I just want to raise is that in the Latinx resolution that we drafted last year, one of the important pieces there in terms of recruitment and retention was that there really needs to also be attention on international teachers and that pipeline. So that's just something I want to raise, and I hope that you are sort of paying attention to that as well. And then there are a lot of recommendations outlined in that resolution. And then I guess similar to that is just, I'm wondering if there is attention to specifically recruiting students from our dual language schools for dual language into dual language programs. And I know I'm out of time, so just putting that in your on the radar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Thompson.
First, I'd like to thank everyone for the testimony this evening. Sam, we can talk offline about how we can better support you on your own pathway, because I know some people who can help you. Ms. Hugh, if I manage to make it to the end of this meeting, because I'm exhausted, the second shot has been kicking my butt today. I'm going to introduce a conversation for us in new business around how we can better support the digital advocacy efforts, because I'll say that in Ward 7, we are definitely on the wrong side of the digital divide. And it is actually a structural issue, and it's not something that I believe DCPS should shoulder on its own. And I want to make sure that we're providing the correct infrastructure instead of just having, kind of this kid, you get a device, you get a device, you get a device. Like we need something that works as a city. And I have one minute. Teacher retention. I will just express my teacher pipelines. Told you I'm struggling today. I just want to express my support for this for if nothing else, the following reason. Being a teacher in DC actually does pay you enough money to stay here, especially if you work for DCPS. Like you actually could go to college, graduate, stay in DC, teach kids in DC, and create a pathway for other people to be able to stay here in DC. We even have programs to help you buy a house if you are a teacher. And that is an issue that we talk a lot about as a city, as far as like what pathways are for our residents. People move here for opportunities, and we need to create them for our own residents. So I absolutely support this as a viable option. And Mr. Thompson, I definitely appreciate your testimony today. And thank you to Representative Wattenberg for allowing us to hear the full breadth of that.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, Ms. Estrado, and Ms. Stamper for your testimony about the pathways. I'm excited to talk more about that, but I'm going to connect with you guys another time and use my time tonight to talk with Ms. Hu about digital literacy. One thing that our State Board Education Standards Committee is considering is whether or not we need standards around digital learning, digital literacy. So I'd love to hear more from you around, I love the questions at the end of your testimony, but how do you think we might best approach that? I know a lot of the equity work you all have been doing has been focused on DCPS, understandably so, but our standards would cover all schools in the state. So how might we think about what kinds of things we should be exploring if we continue that line of work?
So 2 thoughts. I think before we jump into a standards process, because I know the social studies standards process was a lot of work.
Oh, yes.
I think we need to really look into, both sectors. What are the main barriers to digital literacy instruction, and where are the gaps in the digital literacy skills? And so these bills get at some of that, but really, if we looked at the top, let's see, 3 or 4 barriers, is one of the barriers really lack of standards? Ms. Sutter, you had shared the Massachusetts framework as a possible model. That was an approach and framework, and they cited different standards they looked at. So it's not like standards don't exist. I think it's possible that each LEA might want the flexibility to create their own framework and approach and look at the standards that are already out there. So I would say more research is needed before we decide to embark on a long, an involved standards process. And then, so I think that's what I'll say, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Hu.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul, and thank all of you all for coming here today. I'll just respond to the various comments in reverse order. So for Ms. Hu, thank you so much, because I know the Student Advisory Committee, digital equity and access to technology during virtual learning has been a big a big focus of ours and the events that we've held. And even today, there are still students saying that especially in wards 7 and 8, it's more difficult to have that access to the same technology. And students aren't having the proper access that they need to do their work every day. And it is something we need to ensure going forward, that every student has the ability to use adequate technology. And I think responding to Representative O'Leary's question, when you said everyone has, or everyone's supposed to have a device, but it varies about how good that device is definitely something that rings true among fellow students here in the city. And also, I just wanted to say I strongly support the pathway for paraprofessionals, because as a student, you know, we don't somehow like only care about like the adults leading our classes. We don't only care about those teachers, because those aren't the only adults in the building making a difference. We care about like the cafeteria workers. We care about the paraprofessionals, the special ed learners. Those are all people who make impacts in our lives. So it's really important that we value them. The same way that, as Representative Thompson was saying, how there are certain systems set in place to benefit teachers, we should do the same for paraprofessionals. And also to Mr. Goldstein's point, especially about promotions and leadership in our city, students do recognize when it seems like certain teachers are the ones getting promotions and it seems like Black teachers aren't. So thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Mr. Chang.
I want to yield some time for Scott to finish his testimony first.
Thank you so much, Representative Chang. I'll be brief. Just wanted to make 2 additional points. One is how the program works, and you'll have a lot of testimony in the next block about this and expertise. But I wanted to note, you know, this is not a new prep program, right? This is not the creation of a new prep program. This is investing deeply in prep programs we have that are doing grow your own programs really well, including bilingual programs like UDC has currently for paraprofessionals, so that they have enough funding to support students so that they don't have a financial burden in attending those programs and have a pathway into DCPS. So, and attached to that, I would say, because of the way we've designed this with a lot of careful conversation over time, DCPS has been very supportive in our conversations with them about this proposal. OSSI was incredibly supportive in our conversations with them, all the council members that we've talked to. So we've gotten really great support for the idea. And you'll hear, like I said, later from the kind of student perspective, from the policy expert perspective on why this design is really important to that. But I would say it is really, really important for us to kind of elevate this, because there is a very good chance of getting this funded, even in the current year budget. This is not a huge ticket item. And from my discussions, I believe we really can do that if they're hearing from stakeholders like you all, that this is something we should invest in.
Thank you. And Grace, with the last 30 seconds, I was hoping maybe you could share a bit more as a link for us, but more details on what the plan would actually include, the comprehensive plan.
So I would say in my testimony, it has some bullets on what the plan would do, but essentially it gets us past this Band-Aid short-term fix. Like if 4 years from now, we're still thanking Ellen for gifting a Ward 8 school for computers, that's a problem. And so we cannot fight this battle every year. These plans put in place a multi-year plan and forces DCPS to do that planning and telling us how much money it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Parker, do you have questions to round up?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to do rapid fire. Ms. Hu, thank you for your tireless advocacy. I just want to acknowledge how far you've come. I know you've been at this for years, and it seems like we're finally at a place where legislators are leaning in with actual legislation. So kudos to you for all the work that you've done. Question I have is, as the announcement has been made around school reopening in the fall, how is that influencing the push for one-to-one devices for students? And so it was my understanding, and it was my understanding that part of the challenge with the one-to-one device, as stakeholders were saying, was because some of the devices couldn't leave the actual school building. Now that more students are going back to the school building, what is you all's position on that, and how can we influence to make sure that students have the support and devices that they need?
So realistically, I don't think there's enough funding to have 2 devices per student. And so that means students will probably have to bring devices back and forth from home to school. And then DCPS has announced a $27 million investment in technology, which would get us to 1-to-1 for grades 3 to 12 and 3-to-1 for the youngest kids. But I think in returning to school, there are other issues you have to think about, like the school Wi-Fi. Is the internet good enough to support all these new devices coming to the system? Is the tech support robust enough for both teachers and students? And so we are thinking through those. Yeah.
Thank you. Scott and or Mr. Goldstein or Ms. Stamper, just very quickly, why should we care about teacher pipeline programs?
Can I turn it to Jezelle?
Because I would save you so much money every year. Think about it. If you already have paraprofessionals right there in the classroom, why go out, waste money on hiring fairs, digital virtual fairs? It's already in your budget and we're already there. But Scott, go ahead. 1.52 million, go.
That is my time. I will end on this, Ron. I wish I could have had time to get to you. I really appreciate your push on like the importance of language and what we mean. You were in the Ward 5 Education Equity meeting yesterday, but I would love to connect around what Sabrina Wesley-Nero talked about, harnessing the value and the assets of our communities and how we approach accountability, but also supporting schools. So thank you all for joining tonight.
Members of the public comment, thank you so much again for being here. If you could go ahead and log off this meeting now, I'll bring the next panel in.
Thank you for having a time limit today, and like you didn't in the past. I just want to shout that out real quick.
As I'm bringing the rest of the folks in, Mr. Simms, you have 3 minutes for your testimony. You can begin when you're ready. Go ahead, Mr. Simms, anytime.
Oh, we can start?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Simms, Lorenzo Simms. I'm a 12th grade history teacher from Calvin Coolidge High School. I'm here today to support the DC Rep Project Pipeline. The statistics and pipe and analytics presented before you today, that should be enough to support this legislation. But unfortunately, I'm afraid like it might not be enough. So I was hoping to give my story to help out. There's no secret that having a role model or someone to look up to, someone who's a familiar background, somebody from a tremendous impact on your life. Everyone in this presentation today has had someone to actually impact their life and help their dreams come to reality. As a 32-year-old Black man myself, I was recently married 3 days ago. My beautiful wife is like right there. She can tell you that I'm still in search of a mentor. I'm still looking for somebody to teach me what a first-time home buying loan looks like. Anyone that could teach me how to buy a home in DC, that would be great information, great news for me. I don't have any form of representation to help me do that. My father, who I've not spoken to in more than 25 years, he recently also denied attending my wedding, has stated multiple times that he's supposed to be my representation, but he's not my representation. And I actually don't blame him for that because he actually lacked the representation he actually needed to be a father. And I just feel like today, society has feared men of color in a way that it has not feared men of color I've never seen before in my lifetime. We see that in the killing of a 20-year-old Black man who called his mother just moments before he actually was killed by the police. And we see that in a 13-year-old child who was also killed by the police because he thought it was probably cool to play with a gun because he probably liked the representation as well. In sum, I support the Rep DC Education Pipeline Project because it helps students and paraprofessionals, and it gives them opportunity to actually be the representation they lacked. It allows them to be the change they actually wish to see. Not supporting this legislation just continues to prove that you guys have heard it before, but once again, you refuse to fix the problem. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lacayo? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kenvin Lacayo. I'm 22 years old, born and raised in Washington, D.C. by an immigrant mother. I'm a proud graduate of Theodore Roosevelt Senior High School and currently a student at Trinity Washington University. Now, I'm gonna need one of y'all to verify this next one, but I'm gonna run with this till y'all do. I'm also currently DCPS's youngest dean of students ever, at McFarland Middle School. As a student, I spent most of my time loathing school and always feeling like being in school was just not meant for me. It was totally rare for me to feel motivated to come to school or to sit through class. I missed almost 2 entire years of high school where I involved myself in things I shouldn't have and ended up with court dates, a PEO, and even more questions about my future. This led to me graduating with a 1.4 GPA and little to no opportunities after high school. Whenever I tell that story, I always say almost 2 entire years because I did go to school on some days. In 10th grade, it was on days I had Miss Oliver, an amazing Black woman who was my English teacher at the time, who always made class feel like we were at home, chopping it up about history and grammar. In 11th grade, it was always my B days when I had Mr. Wilshire, a Black male English teacher who sometimes played Dr. Dre and Kendrick as we wrote. They made not only school feel worth it, but they also made learning, succeeding, and excelling feel worth it. In middle school, it was Mr. Mejia. I would stay after school just to talk to him because of how much I saw myself in him. Mr. Hipkins, Ms. Buchanan, Mr. Adewutu, Mr. Holmes. All these educators changed my life for the better. Many of them no longer work in DCPS or in DC at all, and it's a shame. This is a pattern across the city that hurts our students, their communities, and ultimately our city. Their influence led to me joining a program after high school that recruits young men to become early childhood educators in their own neighborhoods. That program gave me confidence, purpose, and a clearer path that 4 years later I walk to this very day. It placed young men of color in front of so many students who one day will look back how I look back at the educators in my life. In education, we often talk about students taking ownership of their learning, but I hear less about teachers and educators taking ownership of the learning of their students. Myself, the young men who came from that program, and many other educators who are from here and who represent the diversity of our students own it because this is our city, our communities, and we see ourselves in our students. We understand the barriers and hardships. We want nothing more than to love our students and watch them succeed. I took bites, scratches, punches, kicks, and threats from a free-spirited 3-year-old. I always responded with letting him know I cared about him, loved him, and expected better from him because I knew he could do better. I thought back to the teachers I named before and tried channeling the love that they showed me. One day during lunch, he told me he loved me. This was only a few weeks after the death threat. He is now in first grade, excelling. These positive reverberations can be countless when DC students can be empowered to work in the schools and communities they know. Familiarity breeds likeness. That means we need more Latinx and Black teachers across the city to inspire our youth to become teachers, principals, or even dean of students. Our students are capable of being anything and everything they want to be, and sometimes they may not even know that they could be, as long as we grant them the opportunities to do so.
Mr. Lacayo, I apologize. I do have to stop you for reasons of time. We appreciate it very much, and your full testimony is online on our website. Ms. Garcia.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening. That is hard testimony to follow, but I'll try my best. My name is Amaya Garcia, and I'm an education policy researcher at New America and have spent the past 5 years studying grow your own programs and policies across the country. I also run a national network of GYO programs for paraeducators that includes 13 programs in 10 different states. GYO programs are a promising approach to diversifying the educator workforce and addressing subject area shortages. But I have to say the origins of my focus on GYO actually grew out of work that I did here in DC. When I first started at New America, my work was solely focused on researching and writing about English learner education. In 2015, I wrote a policy paper about how DC schools, both public and charter, were meeting the needs of BLs in the early grades, and so was able to visit lots of dual language schools. In every school that I visited, the principal would talk about the struggle of finding bilingual teachers and inevitably point to a paraeducator in the room who would make a terrific teacher but face barriers in becoming a licensed teacher. These barriers included the financial cost of obtaining a degree, testing requirements such as the practice exam, the need to continue working while simultaneously going to school, navigating higher education admission requirements, and a lack of information on available pathways into the profession. To learn more about these barriers, a few colleagues and I conducted a series of focus groups with paraeducators across the country, including here in DC. And I would like to share some of the quotes of the DC paraeducators with you now. On the subject of the praxis exam, I can speak English fluently, but my first language is Spanish. I said, what can I do to pass this test? And they said they could give me 1 more hour since Spanish is my first language. I took the opportunity. I was not able to pass. On the lack of information about available teaching pathways, I said I would like to become a teacher. Unfortunately, I do not have the requirements necessary to get there. My principal said, don't worry, I will get you through. He has been looking for programs. He lets me know. On the issue of low pay and recognition, and this is particularly for paraeducators and dual language programs. One hard part is we are seen as an assistant, and inside the classroom we're co-teachers. We are planning, we're assessing, but we're not getting compensated for that. Indeed, we all know paraeducators are some of the lowest paid staff within school buildings. So paraeducators often have the cultural skills, linguistic competencies, and educational experience to support English learner students and other vulnerable students, but they are truly an untapped pool of potential teacher talent that should be leveraged to help strengthen the city's teacher workforce and grow the bilingual teacher workforce as well. As one paraeducator told me back in 2016, they get visiting teachers from Spain and they give them provisional licenses for 3 years. The reason they do it is because they can't find enough teachers here. They haven't created a program that would support the pairs to become teachers, so instead they bring in teachers from Spain. We have a lot about what high quality programs include, so that includes strong collaboration, wraparound supports, and then on the policy side, we need allocated funding to develop and sustain GYO, data systems to track program recruitment, program evaluation, teacher certification and licensure systems that offer multiple approaches to measuring skills and competencies, and accessibility for teachers with and without bachelor's degrees.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Mehrotra?
Mehrotra, yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. It's great to see you all. And my name is Sarah Mehrotra. I'm an education researcher, policy analyst, and advocate. Much of my work focuses on diversity and teacher equity. And so that's why I'm here today, like many other witnesses, to voice my support for the Rep DC proposal. And by this time, I know you've heard from several other folks about the representation gap in DC and the wealth of research that supports the positive academic and social outcomes that students experience, particularly students of color, when they have access to strong and diverse teachers with whom they identify. And so you're also probably familiar with research indicating that teachers of color hold students to higher expectations often than their white peers and tend to exhibit more cultural competency. And I can imagine that many of you also share the belief that all students in DC deserve access to a high quality and diverse teacher workforce. And so I'm here today to share with you why the Rep DC proposal in particular is the proposal that we should invest our time and energy and efforts towards when advocating for a more diverse workforce. And I'll quickly underscore that right now in this moment, it's more important than ever to invest in a diverse teacher workforce as students are returning to school and facing historic inequities that have only been exacerbated by the pandemic and years of racism in our city and in our nation. And they deserve windows and mirrors into their learning experiences. And so while there are many ways to bring diverse educators into the classroom, there are fewer ways to help them feel supported, encouraged, and prioritized enough to stay. Recruiting gets teachers into the classroom, but we need to focus on evidence-based strategies that support them in staying in the classroom, getting promoted and supported to leadership positions, and making long-lasting change in the diversity of the workforce. Grow Your Own programs have exhibited promising results, and the Rep DC proposal focuses on building pathways for high school students and paraprofessionals. I want to underscore the importance of these pathways. Research indicates that paraprofessional Grow Your Own programs are particularly successful because paraprofessionals already have experience leading groups of students in academic and social activities. They've already expressed interest in teaching before entering the teacher pathway. Prior experience working with students and a familiarity with curriculum and pedagogical approaches is an early indicator of success in teaching. In my testimony, I've linked several other programs that other states have implemented that have been successful in retaining teachers of color for up to 6 years via Grow Your Own programs. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mintz.
Hi, my name is Elana Mintz. I'm the founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad, Urban Learning and Teaching Center. We're grateful for the board's focus on outdoor learning. We've been running fully outdoor masked small group programs since September in public parks and green spaces across DC. During this time and through my communication with students, their families, teachers, and administrators, I've observed 3 things. 1, our local school systems are comfortable asking teachers and administrators to stay nimble and reinvent when it comes to virtual learning. Teachers have brought virtual lessons to students with little to no training. and many are now engaged in the almost impossible task of teaching in-person and virtual students simultaneously. But school systems, and particularly DCPS, have done little to support or encourage the safest and healthiest option for children and adults, outdoor learning, which can include everything from eating lunch outside to holding class on the playground to using schoolyards and neighborhoods as joyful classroom spaces. 2, despite the science showing that virus transmission rates are lowest outside, most returning in-person DC students are inside school buildings all day with less than 30 minutes outside. 3, innovation in outdoor learning is happening in DC, but it's happening at private schools and outdoor learning organizations like ours. Since September, and despite a COVID-ravaged budget, a tiny staff, and with no permanent physical program space, we've run 3 to 4 weekly outdoor programs in parks and green spaces around the city, serving over 130 students, many of whom return weekly, and giving out over 60 full program scholarships. An increasing number of students with behavioral and academic challenges are returning to school, and we're heading toward a crisis. Based on historical data, Black and Brown students are likely to be disproportionately punished. How will teachers and partners like us support them? First, outdoor learning is not just for our youngest learners. Curriculum-aligned lessons are appropriate for all children from preschool through grade 12. Second, outdoor learning is not expensive. People and community resources rather than supplies or infrastructure power it. The biggest expense is wages, and the biggest obstacle is a cultural mindset that assumes outdoor learning is not rigorous or curriculum-aligned and that it's unsafe. Third, outdoor learning is not weather dependent. It depends on preparation and flexibility. Urban Adventure Squad runs outdoor learning programs all year round. Outdoor learning is safe, equitable, and accessible for every school in every ward of the city, starting right now, literally. If we start with lunch outside tomorrow at a distance from each other, we can talk about where our trash goes if we don't dispose of it properly. I'm asking board members tonight to continue your advocacy for outdoor learning by encouraging DCPS to break down the significant bureaucratic barriers to funding it in our schools, and by encouraging schools in your wards to use Term 4 as a time to experiment with outdoor learning so that we're ready for this fall and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Members, we will be now turning to questions. If you have a question, please do use the raise your hand feature. Mr. Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Jean-Paul. I just want to start by saying that Mr. Simms' testimony was so powerful. It spoke to my spirit, and I sent him a message directly on chat because I'm a product, of a pathway program, and the reason that I am able to be here and do some of the things that I've been able to do in District of Columbia because they had a pathway program when they were trying to build management, so to speak, for DC government called the Capital City Fellows Program. I was a military member. I had just moved to the District of Columbia with a young daughter, single father, and didn't have a way to really have a job that would sustain us. And I wanted to get out of the military. And this program, I literally was reading the Washington Post one day and saw an advertisement that they were having this program. And it changed my life in the sense of it was a 2-year program that allowed me to come into DC government at a certain level that would sustain me to take care of my daughter, who is now 30 and is an educator. It did wonders for my life, and it provided me all type of opportunities. So I wanted to say to both the panel before and the panel that has just went, your testimony is powerful. I believe in what you're saying. We need to create these programs to ensure that people have a direct pathway, that they can take care of their families, live in the District of Columbia at a livable wage, and have a career, not just a job, but a career that will continuously progress for them. So thank you to each and every one of you guys. I don't have a direct question for either one of you guys. I just am sincerely touched by the comments that I've heard this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reid.
Thank you, Elana, for supporting, and the Urban Adventure Squad for supporting outdoor learning with the Friends Box and Run Park, and being one of our community partners around that. Greatly appreciate it. Mr. Lacayo, I'm looking at your testimony and it says, I was a week away from starting at Chipotle before I found a career in education, thanks to that program. Could you talk a little bit about the transition and then what kept you in education, and then what sustained you?
Thank you for the question. The transition, it was a little bit scary because instead of taking a job at Chipotle that was going to be instant, I waited the summer to be able to start, or I waited like 2 months during the summer to be able to start with the program the following school year. And so during that time, of course, you know, money was a little bit, it was tight, and I wasn't being able to help my family with finances as much as I could have. The thing that kept me in education was the students. I've worked in Ward 4 and in Ward 7, and all across the city, the students have been always what's kept me in education and what continues to drive me every single day. And it's what sustains me as well.
I have about 30 seconds. What could be a threat or take you out of the field?
That's a really good question. I think currently the most stressful thing in the field that like makes me sometimes question whether or not this is what I want to do, you know, for the rest of my life is just the stresses that oftentimes I guess you can call it like the bureaucracy of the education system, and just seeing the inequities across the city and just having to go through that with our students. It's stressful, and it's the worst part about being in the field.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you. And thank you all. Elana, I just want to, of course, say thank you for being here again and your determination in general, both to provide our students with outdoor learning during this time in particular, but also, as you mentioned, without many resources, and also for your advocacy, of course. And I just want to echo your request from my colleagues to keep this issue alive, because even though we do apparently have funding from DCPS, it's still not clear to principals how to access it. So I think our next work, or what we need to work on next, is figuring out how to connect the dots between principals and the funding. So more on that later, but thank you for being here. I really want to applaud all of your testimony, but especially the very personal accounts provided by Mr. Simms and Ms. Garcia and Mr. Lacayo. They were very, very compelling and moving. And one thing that it brought to mind for me is just, you know, not only is there not much diversity in our teaching force, it's, you know, predominantly white women, but also when I was a teacher, what I realized was most teachers become teachers because they were good students. And I think it's really important to have teachers who are diverse in their experience in school as well. And I always felt like a minority because, you know, when we told stories about our experience as students, I didn't love school. And I think part of the reason I became a teacher was because I knew it could be better because of those few teachers I had that made it better, right? So I just want to applaud you. I'm out of time to ask a question, but thank you so much for being here and for your testimony.
Thank you. Dr. O'Leary.
Yes, I'd like to give some of my time back to Mr. Lacayo so he can finish his comments. But before I do that, I want to, when Emily was talking about students want to become teachers or whatever. I was a horrible student. I loved school, but I hated education. And so I was never inspired by a teacher until I went to college the second time after I flunked out the first time. But I want to make sure that Mr. Lacayo understands that do not worry about the system. Just go and do the work with the students. The system's going to commit suicide by itself. And I'd like you to finish your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to keep that in mind. Had you told 16-year-old me I would be working in schools, I would have laughed you out. I did not see teaching or being an educator as a viable opportunity. Empower Ed's Rep DC proposal would invest in programs like the one that changed my life and could change countless others. I was a week away from starting at Chipotle before I found a career in education thanks to that program. The talented and relatable educators our students need are in our classrooms right now. They may not know it just yet, but it is up to us to make this career pathway not only attractive, but also accessible. Empower Ed's Rep DC proposal is a necessity to the success of our city and our students. Thank you.
That's great. And I know that we have this on tape. So if we get some expert to put those two testimonies together on tape, we need to show that to the powers that be.
Thank you. Ms. Wattenberg.
Thank you. First, thanks to all the people who talked about the personal testimony related to the pathways. It's really powerful, and I can't wait until we have these programs in place. We really need them. Second, I also want to acknowledge Sarah Mehrotra and the work that she's doing on this. But I'm not going to ask you a question because we've done a lot on teacher retention. I want to go to Elana Mintz, but I did want to thank you for being here. Ms. Mintz, I've talked to a lot of people in Ward 3, and there's a lot of interest, I would say, on the part of families for outdoors. There is more resistance, both among principals and teachers, more than I expected, although some people are beginning to do it. But I want you to respond to two things I hear a lot. One, which I don't really understand, is we really can't do it because the rules require that we have a shelter in place space, and that makes this all much more complicated. I don't really get that, why you can't just go inside, but there probably is more to it. And the second is just, if you could say something on, I mean, people get, oh, you could do the, yeah, we could go outside for lunch, we could do science walks, but can you talk at all about how you would do some of the other subjects out there?
So I think you can do every subject outside. This is the part where I want to be careful because I don't want to add any more burdens to teachers and schools right now. So I would like for people to have a broad view of outdoor learning and know that it is as simple as, let's go outside for lunch and, let's just be outside. That tends to lead to people assuming that there can't be academic rigor attached to it. But beyond environmental science, which could include watershed education, which includes identifying species of trees and understanding species of birds. So there's all that. We also do a lot of history walking around DC. And I just want to address your other question. It's very easy to answer all of those questions with a no, that's not possible because of this rule. We don't have a history of experimenting with outdoor learning. And therefore we don't have time for every school to walk through this, but Urban Adventure Squad has been doing this. And we always have a shelter in place plan or a shelter outside. And we've been doing this particular kind of programming since September. And that was on our mind even today with the storms that came in. We had a program at Carter Barron. So we had a plan, what are we gonna do if there's lightning and thunder, where will we go? So I wanna be careful about placing undue burdens on schools right now because they really are maxed out. But what I'm seeing is because there's no history of experimentation, we're having maxed out principals and administrators try and deal with this. There really needs to be a little bit of culture change within DCPS to say, this is possible, we can do it, let's try it. My hope is that we can have one experiment in every ward to show that this is possible, safe, and equitable everywhere. But some of that leadership really does have to come from DCPS. Right now, it's really difficult. We're about to start some work at Bancroft and everyone is all hands on deck. And it's a really modest amount of money. It's a really modest amount of time for students to be outside. But I'm hoping after that first experiment, we can say, okay, here's the model, here's how principals can do it. But if there are principals who are resistant or just feel like it's too much, please, connect them with me because we can talk through some of those issues.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul, and thank you to all of you who came here today, particularly those of you that gave such passionate and personal testimony. I'd just like to highlight Mr. Simms' testimony and like what you said about what it will lead to when you don't have that representation and when you don't have the people there who can show you how to do it. And especially in the classroom, as I've seen all of you all talk about, it all really relates what you guys are saying about seeing people who look like you and seeing people who are there and inspire you. And Mr. Lacayo, your testimony really made me reflect about my own experience and just some of the teachers I've had. In ninth grade, I always talk about Mr. Denny, who was my English language teacher in ninth grade. We had so many different conversations. I feel like he really opened up the world for a new light for me to view it in. And we had conversations about Kendrick Lamar, about basketball, about all of these different things in the world. There was a teacher that related to you, and it made you feel heard, and it made you feel excited. So you do pay extra attention to some of the things that happen in class. And yes, I agree. Kendrick is, he's the greatest. I've always liked J. Cole better, but whenever I think about like the best teachers, what they all have in common is that they go out of their way to relate to you. Last year, I know Representative Gasoi and Representative Sutter and I, we did some work to tackle Latinx teacher retention, recruitment, and African-American teacher retention and recruitment, because it really plays a role in our lives. And just about digital, not digital learning, but outdoor learning, especially. At our student advisory committee meeting on Monday, a student from Washington Latin said they've been doing some learning outdoors in tents and that they've liked it. It's also made it safer for COVID. And one of my favorite teachers, Latin teacher, we often went outside and learned that way whenever it was nice outside near the National Mall. And even though he's leaving now, I'll always cherish those memories as I go forward. So thank you all, and thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, members. That is the end of the test of questions for this round. Members of the public comments, thank you so much for being here. If you wouldn't mind, go ahead and logging off of this meeting. You're more than welcome to follow the rest of the meeting on our YouTube channel. And members, I'll bring in our third and final public comment panel now. Members of the public who are just joining us, thank you so much for being here. We are very appreciative of your patience. I will be calling each of you in the order that you have signed up. You will each have 3 minutes for testimony. We are going to do our best to keep as close as possible to the timer. If you will set your computers to gallery view, you'll be able to see the timer as it goes. And we can begin. I believe Ms. Fuchs is having a little issue connecting to the audio. But so let's begin with Ms. Boyd. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Casey Boyd. I'm a librarian, and guess what? It's the best job on the planet. I love what I do for a living. I work at the Jefferson Academy, located in Ward 6, and this is my 4th year working for DC Public Schools. I just want to say tonight, thank you to the members of the DC State Board of Education for recognizing and passing CR 21-9 tonight, and for your kind words. DCPS librarians truly appreciate you. So I want to talk about School Library Month. Every April, school librarians from across the country are encouraged to host activities to help their school and local communities celebrate the essential roles that school libraries play in transforming learning. Now, this year, DCPS librarians celebrated virtually and also in person by highlighting book readings, outdoor activities, special curbside pickup. Yes, that did take place, virtual makerspace activities, and a host of collaborative activities with classroom teachers. This month on Twitter, the District of Columbia Library Association and the Washington Teachers Union joined together, and they've also celebrated DCPS librarians by highlighting us from every ward in the city. Now, despite these celebrations, unfortunately, as we have been talking about a little bit earlier, many of my colleagues have been informed that their positions will be closed at the end of the school year. Now, while many positions were closed last year, still remain vacant. Now, during the current school year, 22 schools did not have librarians in their budgets, and another 12 to 15 schools only had part-time library positions funded. Less than that was half of them in Ward 7 and 8 had a full-time librarian position for their students. For the upcoming school year, Another 10 to 12 schools will see cuts to their library programming, continuing this negative trend of underfunding schools and forcing cuts to library programs. DCPS has stated that library programs will not be interrupted, but we are learning that principals are replacing certified university-trained librarians with paraprofessionals. This is not the answer. The National Assessment of Educational Progress has conducted several studies on the effects of school librarians on student test scores. It's also been proven that the presence of a certified librarian is also a predictor of higher elementary and middle school math scores. The current focus in DCPS is declining scores. However, the achievement gap between Black and Brown children is still dismal. DCPS librarians are that equalizer in education and the community, and every DCPS student needs and deserves a robust school library program, and in conclusion, staffed by a full-time certified librarian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd. Ms. Fuchs.
Sorry about that. I'm in like multiple meetings per usual. All right, thank you. I'm sorry, let me get it so I can see the thing. Today, we're in here in part to honor and continue fighting for the spirit and legacy of WTU President Elizabeth Davis. And it has been amazing to hear the outpouring of stories from educators, students, parents, community members, and other activists who had deep personal connections to Liz. It is a testament to how much she touched our district when even political opponents, who in general are hellbent on union destruction, posted their condolences on social media. When Liz became president of the WTU, she asked me to chair the WTU's Committee on Political Education, or COPE, because she saw me at meetings around the district. We had very similar political viewpoints where it mattered. We wanted democracy to be brought back to education in this district, primarily focused on ending mayoral control of our schools. We believed teachers needed to be treated with respect both inside and outside the classroom. We believed our schools needed to be fully and equitably funded, and the privatization of our public schools was doing more harm than good. And we believed to achieve this, we had to stop the practice of endorsing do-nothing politicians just because they were likely to win elections. Over the years, I have come and testified almost every month on issues based on my personal experience, the experiences of our members, and what I learned from Liz. From impact to teacher churn to school budgets, ESSA implementation, transparency, the star rating, and school closures, Liz was always present and helped give me the drive to keep pushing no matter what. These issues have not yet been resolved. We are still deep within the work of trying to make this district live up to its promise to its students and the educators who serve them. If we are serious about honoring Liz's legacy, then we have to find ways to fight for the changes that she stood for beyond just talking about them. We have to stop allowing those in power to point fingers and avoid taking any responsibility for the situation we are in. It is a heavy burden, and one where private interests have arrayed their vast amounts of money against us, but we cannot back down now. Liz knew that it would take a wide array of stakeholders to defeat the billionaire-backed forces of privatization and save our public schools. That is why she worked her entire career, forging connections with everyone and never stopping in her quest to tell truth to power. While daunting, I look forward to doing my part to continue the fight and hope to see you alongside us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Falkenberg.
Hi, good evening. My name is Angela Falkenberg, and I am a Ward 1 DCPS school librarian and resident. I have been fortunate to serve my learning community of over 500 students and staff at Columbia Heights Educational Campus, Lincoln Middle School for 5 years. I am also the Assistant Director of the DC Library Association School Library Section. I am here today to highlight the instrumental work from school librarians across the district when we first shifted to remote learning, as well as the roles that we will play during our recovery. School librarians serve many roles across their communities, including as instructional partner, program administrator, curator of resources, and support for school-wide and district-wide initiatives. Our skill sets were essential in the move to remote learning. Days after announcing the closure of buildings, school librarians across the district, such as Sherry Jones and Ward 7, stepped in to assist schools in technology distribution and training, so students, families, and staff could connect virtually and continue learning. In partnership with the DC Library Association School Library Section, librarians including Jamila Coleman, Jill Schechter, Sue Bloom, and Gabrielle Madera recorded read alouds to engage families and promote literacy throughout the summer. During this school year, we have seen school librarians continue their literacy and instructional support through their leadership with the district-wide digital citizenship lessons, coordination and promotion of virtual author events with local organizations, collaboration with teachers to teach how to access the digital reading platforms, and sponsor extracurricular activities such as book clubs. These examples only begin to scratch the surface of all that school librarians do, both visible and behind the scenes, including outdoor book giveaways, technical assistance and professional development, community outreach, and social emotional support as we persevere during a pandemic and continued social injustice. As we plan for recovery to reopen strong, consider the value and equitable access to school librarians for all students in all wards and schools. Research tells us full-time certified school librarians provide not just a love of reading, but also instruction and information literacy, critical thinking skills, and inquiry-based learning. School librarians also foster environments that promote inclusion, joy, and a sense of safety, both for students and staff. The presence of effective school library programs is closely linked to student success. I ask that you ensure DC Public Schools implement policies to provide full-time certified school librarians to schools across the district. It is an equity and quality of education issue. All students deserve the opportunity for success in education, career, and life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stewart.
Yes. Hello, good evening, State Board of Education members and community members. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you on today. As a librarian, educator, treasurer of the Washington Teachers Union, and chair of the WTU's Equity Collaborative Steering Committee, I am not only an advocate for education and academia, but equity and justice in all areas, including educational equality. As we prepare for an incredibly exciting 2021-2022 school year, many educators, students, and parents are nervously watching to see if positions will be cut. This nervousness becomes amplified during a pandemic. Parents who have lost employment are struggling to provide stability to their babies during an incredibly unstable time in our world. As a result, I am providing a single mother of three with one child attending a DCPS school with a home. I was also just informed that my position as school librarian will potentially be repurposed. On April 8th, 2021, Mayor Muriel Bowser announced that her fiscal year 2022 budget proposal will include a 3.6 increase to the UPS-FF foundation level for a total of more than $2 billion to serve an estimated 98,528 students in DC's traditional public schools and public charter schools. Mayor Bowser has shared that she expects all public schools in the District of Columbia to be fully open for all in-person learning 5 days a week, with all educators back in the classroom. Some modifications to the budget include an increase to at-risk weight students in programs at 12 million net increase over FY21. Creation of a new weight for English language learners, ELL students in secondary grades at 0.75 at 11 million net increase in ELL funding over FY21. Mayor Bowser also announced that the district will receive from the American Rescue Plan a third round of elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, totaling $386 million. With the budget increases, allocation is imperative to examine. 49 schools have shown staffing reductions for SY 2021-2022. How are we increasing funding for at-risk and ELL learners, but not school librarians? We work closely with these populations to ensure their success. Underfunding certain schools and forcing cuts to library programming is all too familiar in DC public schools budget. 22 schools did not have a librarian in their budgets, and another 12 to 15 only had half-time positions funded for FY 2021. All schools in Ward 3 have a full-time librarian. Less than half in Ward 7 and 8 have full-time librarians. Prior to integration, many Black and brown churches and business owners started their own community schools because federal and state dollars never reached or intended to reach the line item designees. We are seeing Black and brown students in schools within similar positions. School librarians were supposed to be the recipients of funds from the CARES Act. School librarians are shifting educational outcomes through tutorial supports. What I would say is that we have to look at Representatives Thomas Mert and Mark Legita. They've authored a House Bill 1355 that will require all public schools in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to employ at least one certified librarian. DC standards.
I apologize for interrupting you, but I do have to move on for time. Thank you for providing your testimony online as well. And finally, tonight we have Ms. Derrendinger. I am one day going to get your last name correct. I apologize again. Derrendinger.
Ça va, c'est pas grave. There's 3 ways to pronounce my name, so you are never at fault. You may make up a 4th or 5th way, and that's totally fine. Thank you sincerely for all of your outstanding leadership. Really, all of you, staff and representatives. It's so clear to me and to so many others that you have the best interests of our children at the forefront. My name is Laura Derrendinger. That's the English pronunciation. I'm a mother of 4 children and I'm a nurse by profession. Although right now I'm full-time mom and full-time advocate, as you've heard me talk throughout the summer about the needs for outdoor education. I speak independently with no financial conflicts of interest that could bias what I share with you. I reference research that is independent peer-reviewed data. Independent research suggests that the use of online platforms and electronic screens, computer-based devices, harms learning. It harms children's physical and mental health. And it has multiple legal concerns related to biased algorithms, privacy law violations, and the monetization of student and family data. If this were any other product, especially given its involvement with children, the product would have been recalled or suspended in use until data and studies confirmed that the product was safe and effective and adhered to the law. Legal concerns are clear. All policymakers and DC government staff adopting computers and online platforms for use with children in school need to make decisions informed by peer-reviewed research, continuing to follow a path without the due diligence to consider that these products are properly vetted will continue to harm children and potentially exposes the district to legal liabilities. Decision makers are required to know what is in the product and what consequences ensue when children are exposed. The unspoken assumption seems to be that electronic tools will help or improve learning or can be educational alternatives. No independent peer-reviewed research supports this assumption. Tonight, you have a panel that discusses literacy. The research is exceptionally clear. Reading comprehension and learning to read declines when computers are in the classroom. Real books and real librarians is what helps children learn how to read. Reading on paper. Neuroscientists can brief you and discuss the physiologic pathways for how this actually works. My request is that you can continue to ask questions and advocate for clear questioning. Does research support these decisions and these investments? A clear framework is available on a platform. It's called everyschool.org. It's a research-informed platform. And just for the record, my children are all what you might call advanced readers, and I deliberately have zero exposure for my children to any online devices whatsoever. Research supports using real books and libraries, like we heard our librarians testify already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we will now move to questions. Dr. O'Leary.
Yes, there's a thread that ties all this testimony together tonight. We talk about librarians not having jobs, not having the money in the budget for that. We talk about outdoor learning, which the city has said that they're going to address as far as doing that this school year. And this school year just began the 4th advisory on Monday, and there really hasn't been any movement in that. and we talk about teacher recruitment and retention, and the systems talk about doing stuff with that, but nothing's done. And there's going to be this big pot of money that's going to come in that could take care of a lot of these problems, but the community needs to raise its collective voice to make sure that the politicians, the mayor, and the people that she appoints are listening to the community and taking care of these very easily fixed kind of problems if someone would just do it. And that goes back to what Laura was talking about my friend Liz Davis, is we have to channel Liz's energy to make sure that no one gets away with spending $1 of that federal money on anything but education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chang.
I'd like to start by asking Mr. Stewart to finish his testimony.
Yes, thank you. So school librarians are shifting educational outcomes through tutorial supports, writing centers, peace and love rooms, virtual breakout rooms to ensure student success in literacy integration models with audio, and physical books. Representatives Thomas Mert and Mark Ligeti have authored House Bill 1355 that will require all public schools in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to employ at least one certified librarian. DC, stand up. School librarians are not a novelty. Educational equality means that each school has at least one school librarian. This is a civil and human rights issue. Thank you. Absolute peace, love, and justice.
Fantastic. And to the school librarians here, I'm curious if you could talk a little bit more about where and how we can keep up to date on which principals have decided to cut school libraries and which have not. How would you recommend us to keep up to date on this issue, and then also help advocate within our wards?
Well, I can answer that if that's okay with Angela and Christopher. We're keeping a tally of the number of librarians who have been impacted, because I'm going to be very honest and transparent with you. Principals and DCPS are not voluntarily giving up that information. So as we have our own collective where we talk with one another and we meet with one another, one of the things that we do is we encourage, if anyone has been threatened with job loss, please report it to us. And what we will do is we keep a spreadsheet of the number of schools that have been impacted. So it's based by word of mouth, directly coming from the librarian.
Thank you very much. Dr. Reid.
Thank you for coming out to testify, especially our school librarians. And I guess I'm curious, I know the school librarians have done a really good job of coming together and advocate. I've heard from some other principals that they were able to maintain their librarians, but had to make a tough choice of like one school was sharing a behavior tech with another school that was nearby, or language instructors. And so are there other positions similar to yours that are experiencing these cuts?
There are a lot of social workers getting cut. Sorry, I know I'm not a librarian, but budgets are kind of my thing.
Yeah.
So it seems like social workers and then ESL teachers. And DCPS is claiming on the ESL teachers, it's because of a big population shift. But there's a lot of talk about how, because the shifts happen, that we may not want to be banking that next year we wouldn't have a large ESL population again. And that if we, let go a bunch of teachers and then suddenly find ourselves in a hole, it's just kind of that year-over-year budgeting where they're not really, taking into account probably the bigger picture and focus on high dosage tutoring instead.
I would also like to add that this policy creates competition among staff and between principals creates, some animosity when that's not what the purpose of our learning community is meant to be. And I feel like principals should not be put in this place where they have to make that tough decision, which I believe was mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Dr. Reid. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you. I just first want to say that I have so much gratitude for all of you who are testifying tonight, for the various work that you do. So thank you so much for being here. And Laura, I know that I have no doubt that you will continue the work that has been inspired by Ms. Davis. So I am with you on that. And I would just like to add to the testimony. First of all, shout out to my Ward 1 librarians, Christopher and Angela. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I just want to say, how heartbreaking is it that, Principal Tukeva has to decide, or has to cut one of these positions. And this is for a school that serves 1,500 students, almost 60% of which are at risk or designated at risk. And they're going to have one librarian. That is just crazy, right? It's just wild. So we really have to fight this. Ms. Derrendinger, I just wanted to ask you to speak a little to, or try to reconcile for us. So there's a lot of discussion about digital equity and access. And then what you're saying is that we really need sort of device-free education. So can you talk a little bit to that seeming conflict?
Yes, it's a seeming conflict, but a sentence I'd like to say is that the equity discussion about digital equity does need to include the research, the peer-reviewed research. A lot of the push to give every child a device has been driven by profits that are made by the companies, the online platforms that are able to sell this product. And simply like any other product, we need to do the due diligence to understand what else is at stake. The research, as much as its absence showing the effectiveness or lack thereof of online platforms for children, the research is clear that real books and librarians are what help education and what help advance learning.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I do have to cut you off to move to our next question, but Ms. Thompson.
Good evening. I'd like to thank everyone for their testimony. I think one thing I'm trying to reconcile is where librarians fit into the larger budget question, first and foremost. And I know Mr. Thompson was he was able to finish his testimony, but thinking about like, the question of can we have it all? Like, is this just a DCPS issue? And because I guess I see it as, how can we continue? Like, if we don't have a librarian in every school, we don't have a nurse in every school. At what point is it, what can we support? And what should the city be doing to make sure that no matter what school you go to, you have everything you need?
May I answer that question? It's important that staffing of certified librarians be included in education policy within the district. That's really what this all comes down to. We will be here every year doing the same thing, petitioning, complaining, advocating for our existence, for our students, for the library programs. We do not see this in our surrounding districts in Virginia and Maryland. We don't see them cutting positions. If anything, they're begging for librarians to come in and work because they value the work of the librarian and the skill set. And it's puzzling to me, and I always ask this question, help me understand why a system like DCPS that has so many students that are in need of additional supports, not programs, but supports, to have a person that's physically trained to do this work, to help them move forward in academic achievement. And it doesn't make any sense to me.
I would also
cut central office.
Yeah, I would also add that, you know, so we see this this movement to repurpose library positions, school library positions in Chicago, definitely in Pennsylvania and other states, to answer your question. But I think that the big thing is right before COVID, you know, the work that we are doing is huge. Right before COVID, I was
Mr.
asked.
Stewart, I do apologize. I do have to cut you off again. If you can type your answer into the chat so we can keep it, I want to make sure that we hear from you. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul. Mr. Stewart, if you just want to finish those comments really quickly.
Okay, I'll be really quick too. Right before coronavirus, I was asked to teach a SAT prep course. And I had 9 students, roughly 9 students. The average SAT score at Czech was about 873, and which was on the lower end for our students, the highest 1600s, lower end for DC public schools. After my students, they took the PSAT, they had roughly 900, a 900 score for their PSAT. After 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks of working with them, where I literally gave them each time 4 books that they had to take home. They didn't have to complete all of it, but they had to skim each book. We discussed it every day, came and did 7 to 8 SATs completely. Their score went up 150 points. So that isn't me, that's their work, but that's also the work of librarians. 150 points. So their score was over 200 points total of what the other students in the school who did not have SAT prep from a librarian.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. And it's good to see you and Ms. Boyd again. And I will also say thank you, Mr. Stewart. I think you sent some kind words to me over email a couple months ago, and I think I never replied saying thank you. So thank you for that. And I also just wanted to say, and I said this earlier during the meeting, and I'm not a policy budget expert or a budget policy expert, but I do know, and I said this earlier, we have a $552 million budget surplus. I don't understand how that gets spent. I may not understand all of the specifics, but if we have the money, and it feels like we do, why are we choosing to cut funds from our librarians? It makes no sense. And I think we should all be appalled, because every single person probably in this country who's grown up in a school where there was a library probably has a great experience to share with their librarian or with their library or just a book. So I think because of that reason, we should all be supporting our librarians, and there should not be a single librarian cut. So thank you all. And it's good to see you guys.
Thank you very much. Members of the public comment, that is the end of our questions for tonight. Thank you so much for being here. And I will take the opportunity to shout out Mrs. Meeker, who was my school librarian, who had a major impact on me, who was amazing. So thank you so much for being here. Members, I will be bringing in the panelists next. President Parker, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And thank you again to all of those who shared public testimony. Members, we are moving on in our agenda. The next portion of our meeting is our panel on literacy. As you know, literacy is critical to not only student success, but also to an engaged, robust, and well-informed society. However, many students continue to require additional resources and assistance to develop the fundamental skills necessary. And due to the ongoing public health emergency, many of our learners have been overlooked for screenings and needed interventions. Tonight, the State Board will hear from a panel of experts on how policymakers in their respective states are working to improve literacy efforts. We have 3 witnesses tonight, so we will do one single panel. Each panelist will have 5 minutes to provide comments, and then we will have 2 rounds of questions from State Board members if necessary. Our panelists are Terri Collins from the Alabama State, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. We have Terri Collins, Alabama State Representative and Chair of the Education Policy Committee.
Nobody on the panel has that.
We also have Karen Keith, Associate Professor at the Department of Curriculum and Instruction and the Chair at Clemmer College at East Tennessee State University, and Kristen Wynn, State Literacy Director at the Office of Elementary Education and Reading for the Mississippi Department of Education. Thank you all for joining us, and we will start with Representative Collins. I am not, Representative Collins, can you hear us?
Okay, I'm unmuted now, but you're not seeing me?
We cannot see you. Is your video on?
I thought it was.
Okay, how about this? Why don't we move?
Oh, it is now. There.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, it's good to be with all of you tonight. I'm always glad to talk about literacy. I think it's one of the most important things that we will talk about, and probably math right next. But right now we'll focus on literacy. I was asked to kind of come up with what Alabama has done with our literacy and our action plan, and what's worked, what's not worked, and what we want to change. And so I'm going to walk back through some things really quickly in the past because it led to where we are now. In 2005, we had an Alabama reading initiative that all across the country people were copying. When I was first elected in 2010, I was getting lots of accolades when I would go to conferences because of the advances that the coaching model of the reading initiative set up. But then the recession hit, funding was down about $1 billion. So some of that coaching, some of that professional development went. So around 2017, I started hearing at conferences about Literacy Act, started hearing about the great things Christian and them were doing in Mississippi. Well, we're right next door to them. And so we had a large group, maybe 12 of us, maybe 15, who drove to Mississippi to meet with their department. It was a really good day. They were great. They opened up. They were very hospitable. The thing I really want to share that made them so successful and that we were most impressed with was the unity. While we were there, we had their whole department around talking about it, all the different pieces. We had their legislators from the House and the Senate there talking about their legislation. We even had their state board step into the meeting with us, all unified. The other thing I took away from that day, at the very end of the day, when it was really just me, one other representative, and their main key department members, well, what made this work? What was it? And they all kind of cut their eyes at each other, and they said it was the legislation. We pushed back the entire time, but it would have never happened. Well, that was very inspiring. That was what we needed to hear. So we go back, and even in 18, when we were visiting, I had legislation earlier that year that I didn't get the higher education language part of it right. So we already had a basic framework. Well, we borrowed from the ideas from Mississippi, and it overwhelmingly passed that year. We felt like we had all the pieces. We worked with all the education advocates to get everything included that we needed. And then COVID hit in 20. So we have continued to implement. I often describe it as that we are flying the plane while we're building it, but it's too important for every child to not let one be left behind. We had started the year we visited Mississippi in 18 with over 300 in a science of reading professional development. By the next year, we had over 9,000. And by the next year, we've had over 13,000, even during COVID. So getting the professional development right is critical with that science of reading. What's not worked and what's been more difficult, it's been the higher education piece, which I knew it. I sent the language of the bill to all my deans of colleges of education before I even filed it, because I wanted them to see we were needing a higher level of science of reading taught in our colleges. Well, there's been some pushback. That's been one of the issues. But the way we're addressing it was that even our state board has been unified, that if they're talking about withholding accreditation if they're not incorporating science of reading in the colleges of education, so that teachers come out prepared to teach reading. It's just critical. It's not necessarily happening even now. And so in our budget language, which will be in committee tomorrow, there's language that actually says for the colleges of education, if they're not teaching the science of reading, that we'll take back $1 million or 1%, whatever's greater next year out of the budget. So we're serious about it. We mean it. Money talks. Because of COVID, the implementation of that retention year for third grade was supposed to start in 2022. And we will need, you talked about changes, you asked about that. We are hoping to get good data this spring that we can look at and estimate, and then come up with a plan of what we need to do equitably to be successful and when we can expect to achieve that. Some of our schools have been in school all year. Some of our schools have been virtual. So it's going to look different in different areas, but it's working. I'm already seeing it working. Even in COVID, we're seeing improvement on the formative testing. So I know it's working. We're just going to keep pushing, keep flying that plane while we're building it. And these kids all being able to read, these students, that's going to be worth it most of all.
Thank you, Representative Collins. Really looking forward to learning more. We will now go to Dr. Keith.
Hi, my name is Karen Keith, Department Chair for Curriculum and Instruction, Associate Professor and Program Coordinator for the Masters of Reading at East Tennessee State University. So I'm here tonight to discuss the work that Tennessee has completed related to literacy. Our focus on literacy has a rich tradition, starting with Race to the Top funding in 2012, which included teacher training and district leader development. And you can go ahead and advance to the next slide. In 2018, under the direction of then Governor Bill Haslam and Education Commissioner Candace McQueen, the state adopted Read to Be Ready. The Read to Be Ready model included new literacy standards that the Tennessee State Board of Education adopted for institutions of higher education and that aligned to literacy standards already in place for P-12 students, thus making a seamless alignment so that candidates graduated from educator preparation programs or EPPs and entered Tennessee classrooms ready to teach literacy. Literacy requirements that the LEAs or local education agencies were already implementing. Our most recent efforts under the direction of Governor Bill Lee and Education Commissioner Penny Swin are Read 360. Read 360 is in response to NAEP achievement scores that have remained static for some time. Tennessee third graders, and you can advance the slide, did see an increase of students at or above proficient from 2017 to 2019, but overall, our scale scores have not been statistically significant. Read 360, and you can advance actually 2 slides, is a $100 million investment that includes training and coaching, regional districts that support teacher implementation in online tool for teachers and at-home support, EPP and leader preparation program alignment, a readily available assessment tool, and family programs that provide tutoring and at-home packs to families across the state. And there is a focus on the science of reading and foundational skills and high-quality instructional materials for teaching ELA. This summer, teachers will be trained in Read 360. EPPs and school systems also have a very strong partnership, and that's supported by the State Department of Education. And again, families are supported with at-home reading books. There's also a Reading for Kindergarten app and a partnership with PBS. Finally, there will be a public awareness campaign designed to garner support for the program. Overall, the goal is a comprehensive vision for literacy in Tennessee. My only caution for state departments moving forward would be to encourage and allow educators to continue to use their professional knowledge base based on research about what works for readers in their classrooms. Research has provided us with strong insights into teaching literacy, but there will still be students who are non-responders or outliers. Educators need a clear understanding of how to use data to inform their teaching to address the needs of learners when one method does not work. Students need direct and explicit instruction in foundational skills, but also explicit instruction in comprehension, along with opportunities to read connected text to ensure that they become proficient readers who have a desire and a thirst for knowledge. And that actually ends my what I had to speak about, what's going about in Tennessee.
Thank you, Dr. Keith. A lot of exciting things happening. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Nguyen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, wonderful, there it is. If you would advance to the fourth slide. Thank you so much. Right there. So in 2013 is when Mississippi had its turning point with literacy through legislation focused on prevention and intervention. And so we have three key legislations that were passed that year. The first is the Early Learning Collaborative in 2013, which is established our early learning collaboratives. We currently have 18 early learning collaboratives in our state, and our legislators just appropriated additional funds for our early learning collaboratives to increase the amount of collaboratives across our state. A collaborative is a partnership among school districts, Head Starts, child care centers, and nonprofit organizations. Also in 2013, our legislators established our Literacy-Based Promotion Act, and I'll talk more about that shortly. That act helps to improve reading skills for kindergarten through third grade students with a focus on ensuring students are reading on grade level by third grade. In addition, a part of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act is our Kindergarten Readiness Assessment that requires all kindergarten students in public schools in Mississippi to be assessed at the beginning and end of the year to determine readiness and growth. And in addition to that, we have our dyslexic scholarships, as well as our dyslexic grants that are provided to schools and school districts to help with their local dyslexia efforts. You can advance to the next slide. So our focus on literacy through our Literacy-Based Promotion Acts focused on 6 particular buckets. Our Literacy-Based Promotion Act focused primarily from the beginning on educator training. So Terri, both of my colleagues that we've kind of worked really close together in this work, we know the importance of the science of reading. So in Mississippi, we procured letters, which is language essentials for teaching reading and spelling, in 2013. And to date, we have trained over 20,000 teachers in the science of reading in Mississippi. Prior to the pandemic, we had 18,000. With this year in particular, we've trained additional 2,000. This includes our special education teachers, our higher ed, our IHLs in Mississippi, that's what we call them, and then our pre-service teachers. Our law also includes coaching. It includes early identification through our K-readiness, a very strong family and parent communication piece, individual reading plan, and our focus is on prevention over retention. You can advance to the next slide. So since the enact of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, we started off with $9 million the first year, and since then, our legislators have appropriated us $15 million each year. The bulk of our funds go to support our lowest performing schools, which we identify them as literacy support schools. They're provided a literacy coach for the entire school year that provides support in modeling, co-teaching, and we have a Mississippi coaching model that we use for that. The Remaining funds are used for materials and resources for coaching. We have regional trainings, our Mississippi K-3 assessment system, and then additional salary supports, which includes our EL coordinator and our intervention service coordinator. Next slide. So the next two slides are just our kindergarten readiness data. They typically come in at a 502, but our kindergartners are trailblazers like our teachers, and they really worked hard. So we have really seen a lot of growth over the past 3 or 4 years with our kindergarten students. And so this slide just shows that data point. You can fix it. This slide shows our third grade reading data. So in 2015, all the way to 2018, students had to score a level 2 or above, a level 2 to be promoted. We raised that, we went back in 2016, and students had to score a level 3 or above. If you look at this graph, what it's really noticeable is this, and I'll end on this. Students in 2018 were the students that took the NAEP score. They only had to score a level 2, and we had 93% of our students to score a level 2. We raised the bar in 2019 to a level 3, and we still had 85% of our students scoring. So in Mississippi, we are still working. We always say we have our foot on the gas and trying our best to move students forward. I don't know if you want me to keep going or finish since the timer stopped. You tell me.
Feel free to finish.
All right, so if you advance to the next slide. So these are our NAEP scores for all of our students in Mississippi. And I included Mississippi, the national public average, in Florida, because in 2013, we really leaned on Florida to help with our early literacy policies in Mississippi. You can see where we were in 2013 in comparison when we started all of our efforts. We were at a 209. And then 2019, when our students took the next score, we were right at the national average. So we are really, really proud of our progress. And our focus in Mississippi has been on the implementation of the science of reading. Next slide. And this is our approach. So for K-3 literacy, Mississippi has adopted the science of reading and the application of the science of reading through a structured literacy model. It's one thing for us to have 20,000 teachers trained in the science, but it's another thing to have those teachers really know how to go into a K-3 classroom and apply the science. So we have adopted a structured literacy model in Mississippi that is the application of the science. And what is oftentimes a misconception is structured literacy is focused on phonics. It's not just phonics. It's inclusive of all 5 components of reading. And I attached that resource, and you can also go to our website to access that resource as well.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Members, we will now turn to questions. We will have 3 minutes. That will include your question and a response from our panelists. Mr. Hayworth, I will do my best to try to call on members. And members, as a reminder, I am calling you based on how I see you on the screen. So we will start with Representative Chang.
Great, thank you so much. I've been so looking forward to this panel. I wanted to start by, several of you, well, all of you talked about the professional development aspect. I mentioned letters. Would you share a bit more about how that practically was implemented? This increase from to the thousands so quickly. How did you do that?
In Alabama, it's voluntary. We encouraged it. We provide. We pay for it. We've been, using funds for that. Some of the federal funds that we're going to be able to get, that's going to be a big part of it. We have a supplemental that sometimes comes after the budget thing of what might have been left over after the end of last year's budget. So we focused a lot of our funding on that. And we just give out grants, and we've been great to work with our early learning and our Department of Ed. And when we had more people, it was a continuous effort. As soon as they would sign up, we would work to get grant funding to make sure we could get new cohorts into the letters training.
And one of the challenges we've been facing in DC is that we have more teachers who want to sign up than we have teachers of teachers to offer those courses. Where did you find the teachers of teachers?
Well, we use a lot like Mississippi did the letters program, and they've been growing with us, but we've also been sending people through the training so that they then become the teachers. We've had an emphasis on our colleges of education to make sure some of those were also being provided that kind of trainer of the trainers.
Ms. Wynn, I'd love to hear from you as well.
So we did a little different with our letters training. So our governor in 2013 was dead set on 75 literacy coaches with thousands of applications, hundreds, 900 to be exact. There were only 24 of us in a room. So that, spoke volumes that only 24 people in our state really could lead this work. And so, as we continue with the coach recruitment, we saw more people and through the professional development aspect. So we required letters training, the science of reading training for our literacy support schools that first year. Our coaches were the first cohort to go through it. We required all literacy support school districts to go through it. And we didn't have a fancy system to kind of, you go sign up. We were literally in a cubicle with chart paper, calling districts to say, okay, your district is 10 miles from this district, or this is 20 miles, and we're going to do this training together, and the coaches are going to support you. And we were like all hands on deck. And so once they started getting into the training, we got so much feedback to say, we did not learn this in our ed prep programs. Nobody taught us this. Nobody taught us there was a cognitive science to teaching reading, that reading was, we were a whole language state like many of my colleagues on here. And so that was not working for our children. And the data showed it. So we really had to take a really strong stance on this is going to be required in our lowest performing schools in our state. And they started, and it spread like a wildfire. And so then our educator prep programs came in. Then another piece of our legislation that we had was our initial early licensure law, that we established a Foundations of Reading assessment. So we have an assessment that if you are getting an elementary education license, your initial license, you have to pass this Foundation of Reading assessment. Well, the Foundations of Reading assessment looks really similar to the content in letters. So we, as a state, we paid for that early, our ed prep, our teachers, our special education teachers, everyone we could tap, we got them into letters training.
Thank you. I was going with you, so thank you, Ms. Wynn, for that. Representative O'Leary. And to staff, I'm going to ask that we restart Representative O'Leary's time. It seems like he's.
This was fascinating to me. I'm an English teacher. I taught English for almost 50 years, but I taught in secondary schools. And I have two questions. One thing, there's a chance that the District of Columbia might become a state, and what you all are talking about is obviously you're all from the South because you sound like me, and the states to put all that money into reading is fabulous, and I hope that we can replicate that. But I also would like to know, what have you been doing with students, like high school students who don't read at grade level, which is what I had not to deal with. I didn't deal with it. I just had to have it. But I knew, but it had to do with reading all the time. You know, they were always reading, and writing. That was it, in AP English and in regular English. So you've got a minute and a half or to let me know in your states what you're doing for the secondary students who haven't learned how to read yet at a level. Thank you.
I'm just going to say in Alabama, we've been focusing on those pre-K through third grade with our reading initiative, with our reading coaches, and the focus has not been on those. I'm not saying it's not there and it's not important. And I mean, I see it every day. We have pockets where we have large numbers of English language learners, and they're just getting in there. They're using some of the letters training. They're doing some of those things, but it's not the focus like we're seeing in this early pre-K through third grade.
I will say in Tennessee, the one thing that we've done at the high school level is implement response to intervention, even at the high school level. So there is intervention time within the day for struggling learners to have that extra support.
So in Mississippi, in addition to our statewide professional development training, we had regional professional development trainings. And those trainings were inclusive of our secondary teachers, because we know that literacy spans across the content areas. So what we did was we brought our secondary folks in, and they had, again, you know, you don't get taught in your teacher prep program certain things as in regard to, I have a 6th or 7th or 8th grade student who's reading at a 2nd grade level. What do I do? So we walk them through the steps of identifying the deficit area, screening and diagnostic, and interventions that you may have to implement. And then how can you take strategies from early literacy and apply them to your secondary classrooms, whether it's your science classroom, your social studies, or your English classroom. So we brought in our regional trainings, we had regional literacy trainings for secondary teachers as well. And so we did open up our statewide literacy training, but we had those small, more intimate trainings for our secondary teachers as well.
Thank you. Representative Wattenberg.
Can we just go, I guess I have 3 minutes, so 1 minute per person, and just say how many hours, when you talk, everybody's talking about professional development, how much professional development for who? In other words, your existing K2 teachers, they haven't been to a new university, they haven't been to the new training in prep. How many hours do they get? So I'm going to, just in order of where I am, I've got Karen Keith, then Terry Collins, and then Kristen Wynn.
Our training will actually begin this summer, and teachers will have 2 weeks of training. The K1-2 teachers will have 2 weeks of training. They also have some online modules that they participate in, and we will also have the foundational assessment that all teachers will have to pass.
I'm going to come back to that on my next round. But so every K1 teacher in the state who has new ones have to pass the foundational literacy assessment, but existing ones, every one of them in that age level goes through 2 weeks of letters training. In 2 weeks, is that 80 hours or 60 hours or something like that?
Yeah, it will be a full day, like 8:30 to 4.
Okay. All right. Ms. Collins?
The letters training that our teachers have been going through it takes about 2 years to complete. I think they do it in 2 day, but they have a lot of online classes that they do and work together. It is in depth, but it's very worth it. I would bet Kristen can tell you a lot more about it as a provider. I'm just the legislator that passed the bill. So, but it's very intensive, but it's very worth it. They've all been glad. And ours is also pre-K through 3rd grade with special ed, with the different components.
All right, Kristen, you get to use her extra 30 seconds.
Oh, thanks. Okay, so the letters training is the original training from Voyager Cypress is a 2-week, 10-day training, but they customized it for Mississippi because we said that's not realistic. Our teachers can't be out of the classroom for 2 weeks. That doesn't make sense. So we have an online portion that's between 15 to 25 hours. It is like a college course. And then you have your 2-day face-to-face training. So
25 hours on 2 days face-to-face and 25 hours online?
Yes. So now that's what we started with. Right now, the 3rd edition that they have out now is by units. So you do unit 1, which is probably about 15 hours. And then you do 1 day face-to-face. So now the face-to-face trainings are like longer. So it takes about a year to do it. But for each module, we had 15 to 20 hours for module 1 and 2 days face-to-face. And then you had module 2 was the same thing. We ended up giving our teachers certificates, their units to renew their license. They had, once they completed this, they could renew their license for the next 5 years because it's that intense.
So can I have one follow-up? I may get cut off, but
sorry, Representative Wattenberg. You have another round, so you'll be able to ask it during that time. Vice President Gasoi.
Thank you. Thank you all for this inspiring testimony. It's really exciting. My question actually is for Ms. Nguyen. I just want to drill down a little bit on the dyslexia, I think it's scholarships. And specifically, I just was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the school choice for students. Like, are there specific schools that you've set aside to serve students with dyslexia that are in the public system? Or are there, what are the programs there for that? And then also just what are the school adoption policies that you mentioned?
Okay, so to address the dyslexia question, so in our policy, we offer dyslexia scholarships as well as dyslexia grants to school districts. So the scholarships, if a student has been diagnosed as being dyslexic, and my son is dyslexic, so they can apply to go to a state, a special non-purpose non-public school, special non-public school. I think I have it right. And we have 6 of those schools across the state of Mississippi. We have also within our law, our students in kindergarten, in the spring of kindergarten, and in the fall of 1st grade have to be screened for dyslexia. So we have 7 approved screeners. In addition, we give districts can apply for dyslexia grants. And so we usually typically have about 30-ish districts apply for those grants. We do about 5 grants they're 3-year grants, and they can do salaries for therapists, they can do materials with those grants, and they can do trainings with the dyslexia grant. Now, your adoption question, I'm not sure.
That was related to the dyslexia as well. It says requires local adoption policies to screen students for dyslexia.
Yes, so that's the screener. That's a part of the law. They have to screen students in spring of kindergarten, in 1st grade, in the fall on one of the 7 approved screeners.
Got it. Do you want to take my 30 seconds, Ruth?
Well, I'll follow up with a different question since I lost track of that one. But on the screeners, So first I was thinking, so those are, when you say a screener, it's a thing, not a person. It's you can use one of 7 kinds of, okay. So the people who use them, are they trained? Or is that any classroom teacher, any K-2 teacher who's been through the regular training can do it, or?
So we really recommend that teachers are trained on their screeners because they're state-approved screeners. So we really recommend that the person administering the screeners are trained. Typically, they're teachers, they're classroom teachers that administer those screeners to students in kindergarten and in first grade. Now, in addition, those are the dyslexia screeners. Our Literacy-Based Promotion Act require that all students, kindergarten through 3rd grade, are screened through a universal screening process 3 times a year.
Thank you. Fascinating. Representative Sutter.
Thank you. And I apologize for having been off camera. I'm having some device issues. So this has been fascinating to listen to. And I wonder, one, do your states ever partner with other states to share some of the trainings or resources you've created?
Mississippi was a wonderful partner for Alabama. Our law looks a whole lot like their law. Our implementation, while it has differences because we're in a different place, but there are also some consortiums out there that are working to promote literacy and joining with other states.
Tennessee is also in the process of developing. We have many foundational skills, and those are available online. I can put the link in the chat box.
That would be great. Thank you so much. And then I'd love to ask more about this partnership between Mississippi and Alabama. So how did it start? You know, we're a slightly different state than other states, but as we think about the various ways that folks begin to partner together, was this something that came out of a state collaboration entity, or how did you all begin this collaboration?
I had met with their superintendent at some conferences, and she's just been a supporter of a lot of the things that I've worked on. So she already had my respect. And so when our department reached out and said we wanted to bring a team over and learn, they just welcomed us with open arms. And every time we've had questions about something, because states do work differently, we're different sizes, but they've been great, and I appreciated all of it.
Didn't know if we wanted to get Mississippi in on this.
Oh, sure. So we have partnerships through our Literacy Alliance, and Alabama is a part of our Literacy Alliance through Rail Southeast. And so we have that. We're also a part of Excel in Ed, Early Literacy Alliance as well. And so that's Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, we all work together. But we've had several different states just email and request to come, like Terri's team. We take them straight to schools and visit coaches so you can get the boots on the ground experience. So you can get, ask the realistic questions about what's going on. And we took them through, they did observations, within our schools, and then we brought them back and to have a debrief and walk through our process, things that have worked for us in this process.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
I'm not seeing other hands, so I'm going to take an opportunity to ask a question, and then we'll start another round for members interested. So I have several rapid fire questions. Ms. Nguyen, I'll start with you. So can you just give like numbers or a reference point of how many students are we talking about that are not matriculating to 3rd grade since the implementation of the act in Mississippi? And has that number changed over time?
So are you referring to the students that may have been retained?
Yes.
For law?
Yes.
So let me just say this. Our law has been focused on prevention and intervention and not necessarily retention. But what we do have are good cause exemptions, and we have retesting opportunity. So with this last round of testing pre-COVID, I want to say roughly about 20% maybe, but I don't have that number, and I don't want to speak on that number because we do have students can pass to the 4th grade on a good cause exemption. We have those, as well as there are 2 additional retesting opportunities.
So can I ask a quick follow-up? And I mean no disrespect by this, but I'm going to make the implicit explicit. So I was one of those that would say, well, of course Mississippi's scores are going up because they're holding so many students back. What would you say to someone like me? And I will admit, I've learned a lot tonight, so I'm not quite sure I would still have that response. But what would you say to someone that may respond in that way?
Well, one of the last slides I showed, one of the slides with our 3rd grade achievement, the reason I showed that slide is because it showed from 2015 to 2019. So what folks fail to realize is that those kids that took NAEP only had to score a level 2 on our state reading assessment, which we were at a roughly 93% of our 3rd graders scoring a level 2 that year. So those 3rd graders went on to 4th grade, and probably more than 90. So we only had probably maybe 8 or 7% that didn't go to 4th grade that year. Those 4th graders that year took the NAEP, not the 3rd graders. And so I'll tell you this too, and I'll say this, that. Can I say one more thing?
Yep.
Also, our law doesn't stop at 3rd grade. We always say, even though those kids moved on to 4th grade teachers, because we have levels 4 and 5 mean proficiency. They're not proficient yet. There still needs to be screening happening, diagnostic interventions, on grade level instruction happening at the 4th grade.
Thank you. And I'm going to do a Representative Wattenberg move and just throw out a question. Representative Collins, you talked about the higher ed piece. Can you just elaborate what you mean by that? And then members will go to another round of questions.
I want to answer one part about Mississippi's because I use Mississippi's for mine, and on their retention actually decreased after they did the 3 years preparing for the professional development. And that was one of the things that I found the most powerful and the most encouraging, was that they were actually retaining fewer students because the professional development had caused the learning level in the students to be such a higher and better because of the science of reading. So their retention actually went back. I don't know what it's done the last couple of years, but when we were working on the bill in 19, it had actually decreased a couple of years before that. So I was impressed by that. Higher education, our legislation says 3 courses, 9 hours of science of reading. And we have someone now evaluating that in all of our colleges of education, looking at not only what their syllabi say, but what their schedules say. What are they doing to make sure that they're incorporating that correctly? And we have some of our colleges of education that are actually now implementing the letters training as a part of their course of study, which we are very excited about that, because eventually we would hope we're not having to do that for every single teacher in the state.
Thank you. I am going to turn it over before going to the second round to Representative Reid. Representative, no, there hasn't been a question. So I want to give you an opportunity to ask your question.
Thank you for that. So there was, to catch people up, there was a comment in the chat about the State Board of Education collaborations. And our current authority is that we are recommenders. And Karen Keith mentioned Tennessee's SBOE has guidance or authority, over higher education and was it the schools? Yep, along with schools. So I wanted to know what was your State Board of Education's authority making ability to implement the things that you've been mentioning?
When we go through our accreditation process through CAPE as well as through the state accreditation, the State Department of Education makes the recommendation to the State Board of Education for any EPP within the state to be able to grant a teacher license. And so the State Board of Education has that authority to say, yes, you can grant a teacher license, or no, you cannot. And the State Department of Education recently looked at all EPPs across the state of Tennessee had to submit our curriculum, our literacy curriculum. It was blind reviewed by 3 different individuals, and it had to align to the state standards that the State Board of Education had adopted. And we had 3 chances to align that curriculum at the higher education level to the literacy standards adopted by the Board of Education.
Thank you. Members, if you could raise your hand, I'm laughing because Representative O'Leary told me I couldn't ask a question during the second round. So I am going to start with Representative Chang again for the second round of questions.
Great. I'm curious to learn more about how you've been thinking through the certification requirements relative to the training. And right, I think part of what we've been thinking through is if we do make that certification requirement and no one has the opportunities, how do we actually enforce that, and who do we lose in that process? How did you time it?
Were you directing that question to, Representative?
Sorry, everybody. Miss Wynn?
So are you referring to our letters, our science of reading certification?
Yes.
Okay, so what we did there is we partnered with our regional educational agencies to give what we call in Mississippi our CEUs for licensure renewal. And so once participants completed part of the course, we gave them part of the certification units. And then once they completed the second part of letters training, then they got the other part. And then that was enough CEUs to do a 5-year licensure renewal. And I hope I answered your question.
Tennessee is similar. We grant CEUs to teachers. We also, this summer, educators will receive a $1,000 stipend to participate in the 2-week training.
And are you is your university the only provider of that training?
No, it will actually come out of the State Department.
Ah, okay.
Similar with us, our training comes out of the State Department.
And how about in Alabama?
The training for the letters comes out of the State Department, but we have people from our higher education participating in it, and we've been trying to make sure we cover the cost of that as well for them.
And this is just a big macro question, but I'm curious what the biggest pushback has been to this move.
The colleges of education actually changing from a whole language point of view to science of reading.
Yeah, that's
by
really
far. By far.
Is that true in Tennessee and Mississippi as well?
It's not been pushed out to the institutions of higher education. I do imagine that there will be some pushback.
Yes, for Mississippi. That is our pushback, that we get it from our institutes of higher learning.
Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you. Representative O'Leary.
I have a couple of technical questions. I'm still trying to comprehend what's going on when students get to high school and they're not being able to read. And I know that you've got to crawl before you can walk. Do y'all have a standardized test in your states? Is that standard? I'll just take nods. Nods are fine. Is the standardized test, it's not the park test though, right? Okay. We're one of the few states that still use the park test, which I think is ridiculous. The test itself, not the fact that we give it. Does a student need to pass a test in order to get to the next grade? The standardized test that you're talking about, does that start in middle school or high school, or does it start how does a student get to the next grade?
In Tennessee, we have end of course exams, and they do have to pass those. But I will also say that in addition to the literacy standards that were adopted for elementary schools, they were also adopted for secondary schools. So as we prepare teachers of secondary education, we had to align our curriculum with the State Board of Education's literacy standards, even at the secondary and in the disciplinary literacy areas as well.
But they have to pass a test. And the third, okay, what about in Mississippi?
Yes. So a part of our literacy-based approach is our third grade reading assessment, and third grade students have to pass that test to be promoted to fourth grade.
What about when they're in the fourth grade?
When they're fourth grade, no, they don't have additional. They take the state test. They do have a state test in fourth grade, but it's not a test to determine promotion or retention.
And does that stop after the third grade?
So we have in the course tests that is an option for graduation, but that's one option in ACT, and then we have another option. So that's the only third grade is where we have our promotion or retention.
Okay, I just need a nod of the head for my last question because I've only got 30 seconds. In your states, are students able to pass to the next grade in summer school? Okay, and all at any grade? Great. Thank you so much. That's a big help.
I appreciate those level setting questions, Representative O'Leary. Next up, Representative Wattenberg.
Hi, and Mr. President, could you stop me when I have 30 seconds left because I want to ask a different question, but I want to go back to the training question, and I'm going to start with Mississippi, and I may or may not get beyond Mississippi, but my question is, so I'm trying to understand how the different pieces connect between the K-3 teachers getting trained, the interventionists, the coaches, so it's 2 or 3 questions. One is, with the letters training, it sounds like you then think after they've had these 20 hours that they can do a great job doing science of reading in their first, second, third grade classes. What happens, and then they are trained to give a screener. Okay, so now I have students and they're really tier 2. They're seriously tier 2. Do I, as the classroom teacher, provide that tier 2 intervention? And then same question with the tier 3 intervention. Is that 20 hours enough for me, or do I get special training to be the tier 2 or tier 3 interventionist?
So that depends on the school. Some teachers are slated to do interventions. Some teachers, some schools and school districts have intervention specialists. Mississippi is a local control state. And so that depends, but we don't stop at statewide professional development at 20 hours. So again, we have our regional professional development trainings, but we have coaches deployed in our lowest performing schools. So those coaches, they work primarily with kindergarten through third grade. However, if there's a fourth and fifth grade units in those classrooms, which they typically are in those schools, they then pull those teachers in for additional professional learning and coaching. So I don't want you to get the impression that we just have statewide PD and it's just those 20 hours and that's it. So it's ongoing all the time. And so it's either the additional regional coaching of the additional regional professional developments. We have professional development coordinators that come out of our state department that offer additional professional development and coaching. And then we have coaches in our lowest performing elementary schools in our state.
So can I ask, my internet went out for a moment there, so I think I missed something critical, but as a follow-up, so your coaches and your interventionists are different people in general, is that right? So the coaches are just working with teachers, and then in the district, they may or may not hire interventionists.
So our coaches are hired at the state level and deployed to schools. So we control at the state level the hiring of all of our coaches and where they're assigned. Districts do have the autonomy to hire their own school-based coaches, but interventionists are hired at the local school level. So we do have an intervention service department, but they help train some of our interventionists.
I know this isn't your role, but do you have a recommendation as to how many additional hours of training somebody needs to be an interventionist? I mean, is it 20 hours adequate?
Representative Wattenberg, I'm going to ask you to take that to the chat. I know you asked me to remind you about 30 seconds. I totally dropped the ball on that.
So do I now get my 30 seconds? It's a really good question.
It is a really good question, but I would say maybe—
No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it.
One of our colleagues may lend you some time,
Okay.
but I do need to go on out of fairness. Representative Sutter.
Thank you. So my question is back to our colleagues from Tennessee. A few years ago, I had the chance to work, Professor Keith, with a prior administration in Tennessee on the Tennessee Early Learning Network, and learned a lot about implementation networks and what they looked like then. I'd love to hear a little bit more about implementation networks. Obviously, we're a small jurisdiction, but I feel like thinking through how all this gets implemented across different districts would be really helpful to hear some more about.
I'm not 100% sure how it's going to look this year. I can talk about how it's looked in the past. So in the past, there are state appointed literacy coaches, and those are specific to a district. And so they then go to the district and support that district. We also have what are called core offices across the state. And the core offices are also trained in these literacy initiatives, and they also provide support to the schools. So there's the coaching network, there's the core offices, and then the schools oftentimes will support their own coaches. Specifically, provide funding if the school system has that funding, and the school systems will provide their own coaches.
That's great. And are those coaching offices that are the coaches that are deployed, are they specific to early literacy?
In the past, they have been. There was a Read to Be Ready network of coaches, and they were part of that early literacy network.
And then my last question is it roughly around cost? So obviously states are different sizes, but what is the cost of sort of building those networks as compared to the Reading 360 plan as a whole? Because this is an incredibly comprehensive program, but it's clear that this is also a very expensive program.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, as far as there's the material itself, I don't have specific dollars.
That's fine.
But then there are salaries for the individuals at the core offices. And then, of course, the coaching salaries and supplements for the coaches.
And for how long is this funded in the state right now? Is this like funded annually, or is it funded for a period of 5 or 10 years?
Right. I believe this new one will be funded for a period of around 5 years.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm happy to yield my time back.
Thank you, Representative. Vice President Gasoi.
Thank you. So this is a question following up on Representative Chang's question about pushback. And I'm curious to know first, for those of you who had pushback from higher ed, is there something you feel like should have been done differently to avoid that pushback? And then given that there has been pushback, is there anything that you have learned from how your states have addressed it, if you have, that has been either effective or not effective in addressing the pushback? That makes sense.
We have in Alabama 26 colleges of education, and we don't have a board of regents. And so it's working with each and every one. And so making sure that the school board is on board and supporting through that licensure with foundations of reading, through the making sure the classes meet those levels. That's been very important. Trying to encourage them to participate willingly has kind of been the goal, until we're seeing that that's not really happening. And so that's when the evaluation has started, and then the budget language I mentioned for this upcoming budget year. I think we really wanted a carrot to work.
Right.
But it might need to be a little stick.
So has the budget threats, has that been effective, or are you still waiting to see?
Well, the budgets aren't passed right now, but that language is in there, and we're not really hearing a lot of pushback, but we're still waiting for it all to be implemented well.
Thank you.
But if I can add something here as an individual in higher education, I would say that one of the problems that I feel like people from higher education feel is that I feel like there's an assumption that higher education is not addressing the foundational skills, and higher education feels like we are addressing the foundational skills. So I do think that that's some of the pushback, is that we feel like there's an assumption that we're not doing our jobs when we do feel like that we are.
That is definitely the tension.
Do you just following up on that, Ms. Keith, is there anything in the is it mainly communication, do you think, or is there anything that the districts or the state boards could do differently in getting more input or more buy-in?
Right. There is always the tension between science of reading and other philosophies of teaching reading. And as I said in my closing remarks, I do think it's very important that educators be trained in a lot of different methods, because even with science of reading, there are going to be students who don't respond. And so when you don't have a student who responds to the science of reading, educators have to have an understanding about what to do to help that student. And not only that, but when a student is sitting in a test and they can't sound out a word, then what do they do? And they need to have instruction and an understanding of, if I can't sound out this word, I can't just sit here and not do anything, because I won't pass the test and the time will run out.
Thank you. Representative Thompson.
Good evening. I'm not feeling up to being on camera, but I am listening intently. I am also feeling well enough to yield Representative Wattenberg my time, because I was appreciating her line of questioning.
Well, I appreciate you are yielding your time, Representative Thompson. Thank you very much. My question goes back to the retention, which was raised earlier. So there's a lot of research that says, and I know you know it, that if you retain students at third grade, as some of these programs do, the long-term outcomes for the students who are retained are definitely worse than if they had gone forward. At the same time, the incentive, as I understand it, has really been a plus and has led a lot more kids to pass and go on and do better than they would have done. So it's a real trade-off, but it's the worst trade-off for the kids who are the farthest behind and then are retained. So my question to you is, I understand from your colleague that the retention rates have declined. So I'm curious about that. And I'm curious how high they are now. So like how many kids get retained at the end of third grade?
So right now, our students are assessing this year, but we have received waivers for the last 2 years for promotion and retention. That's not, realistically, you cannot hold kids back in these, right, you can't do that. Like that's not. So we have.
You mean in COVID or you mean 2 years?
Well, in COVID, during COVID time. So we have not tested. So our kids are testing this year and we have a waiver this year as well. So our third grade students, the test will not determine promotion or retention for this year.
But going back 2 years, so the last time you had it.
So going back to 2019, we ended up having an 85% initial pass rate. However, that does not include the students that pass on good cause exemptions. We have that. And then our 2 resetting opportunities. I think someone asked, could a student pass in the summertime? Yes. Because it's not a one shot and done type of thing.
Right.
They get additional retesting opportunities. And then even if they pass in the summertime on one of those retesting opportunities, then your plan moving forward is that you do still receive the intervention and support in 4th grade that you need to be successful. And our focus is not there on retention, it's on preventing students from being retained. That's not what our law is about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, Representative O'Sullivan has volunteered some time for those who may be interested. If you could just let me know in the chat if you do have remaining questions. I will go in the meantime. A few, again, quick rapid fire questions. So I totally get the benchmark assessment at 3rd grade. I get the logic behind it. Ms. Nguyen, I think you've sold me a little bit more than maybe I came into this conversation. What are some other metrics that your states are looking at to monitor progress outside of that assessment, understanding that it's in 3rd grade? So a student is in 6th grade. How are we monitoring progress outside of just those standardized assessments?
So like I said, our law includes screeners for our kindergarten through 3rd grade students. So we have those screeners and diagnostic assessment. So what has happened is a lot of those districts move those screeners and diagnostic assessments into our middle and high school, because we are well aware that there are students in high school that need interventions in reading.
Yes.
So
can I pause you right there? Just because that was going to be another question around, like, kind of picking up this thread from Representative O'Leary. We know we have some students in secondary that are struggling readers. Can you all, everyone, kind of talk a little bit more about that? And maybe take 15 seconds. Like, what does that look like in your state?
So in our state, I'll tell you this. We also offer in our state, because we are well aware of that thing. So we offer a 6-12 structures training with a program called Phonics First. So it teaches our 6-12 teachers how to teach syllabication to students, how to look at across content areas. So they can go through that training and free materials to do the interventions that they didn't learn how to do in their ed prep programs in middle and high school.
Really helpful. Representative Collins, is any of that type of support that Ms. Nguyen is talking about mandated, or is it more so optional training provided?
I think a lot of it is mandated in some of that training. We also, the legislation set up a task force, which I call kind of our quality control, choosing what those assessments would look like, what those screeners would look like, what that intervention would look like. But it also included a committee, and the committee was tasked with looking at we actually call it birth to 20. So all the way through education, what is the reading plan? What is the action plan for making sure students learn all through the that school age time?
Thing. And then last but not least, Dr. Keith, can you just speak more about, like, you talked about your RTI, namely at the upper grades. Like, can you describe what that program looks like?
It's not, there's not really a statewide program because each school has their own discretion to adopt what they want.
Yeah. Quick follow up there before we close. Is that mandated?
The RTI?
That they do something, whatever,
Yes.
regardless of what they do. Got it.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Sullivan. It seems like Representative Wattenberg is the only one that has a question. So and Representative Chang. So maybe you can split some of your time, but Representative O'Sullivan, I'll call on you.
All right, thanks, President Parker. I do have a question. Do you all plan on, like, and thank you, this has been very informative, and I learned a lot. Do any of you plan on using some of the federal emergency, like COVID relief funds on changing or expanding the programs? And this is for whoever.
We plan on using it for our summer and after school programs. It's very much a part of that, and for the professional development to continue paying for that. We actually lowered some of our state budget money for this next budget year because with the intention of using those federal funds. So yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
Our emergency funds are for summer as well. I apologize.
No problem. And then Representative Wattenberg, if you want to go ahead.
I just put it in the chat. It's actually a quick one for whatever states have entry exams. In other words, you can't get hired unless you pass the foundations test. What is the rate of people that you lose from teaching because they can't pass that test? Because that's an issue.
I will say that not only do we have that foundations test, but Tennessee has also adopted the EdTPA. And next year we will require all of our upcoming students it's the highest score in the nation. And we do feel like this has really made a difference in our educators.
Others?
Ours is a licensure test. So what we really try to do is then work with the IHL, and we do have students that we do offer our statewide professional development for. So we do have them, and they can go through that to help them pass that test. But we are working we work with the Barksdale Reading Institute, and they have worked with our educator prep programs, our Higher Ed Literacy Council to get coaching for some of our early Lit 1 and early Lit 2 teachers. So we're trying to be proactive in our efforts in training those teachers that provide the classes for those students that will have to eventually take that assessment.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, everybody.
Was there another representative who wanted to ask a question?
Alistair.
President Parker, do I have a?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'm curious, and gosh, I would love the chance to follow up with you all, but as we think about, I'm curious how you've been thinking about the roles of nonprofits, libraries, and then also the intergenerational piece to this, adult literacy, and where any of that fits in with this piece of the work, or do you see that as totally separate?
I don't see it as separate at all. I think it works together really well. We've been trying to work on using some encouraging locals that have discretion over that federal new funding coming in to use it for their to partner with the nonprofit for those after school and for those summer programs, especially, so that we're providing a positive and enjoyable time. We're not drilling and doing all that, but we're providing quality education but partnering with a program nonprofit that are in those local areas. So that's going to look different in every area. But I see it as a big part of how we eventually get all our students to proficiency in literacy.
I will say our nonprofits are very much on board. I put the SCORE organization in the chat, as well as Niswonger Foundation. Those are our two big foundations in our state. And the Reid 360 has a component for working with parents at home. And we feel like that will actually help with that other generation as well, the adult generation as well.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Keith, Representative Collins, Ms. Nguyen. This was a discussion. Our Education Standards Committee is working alongside OSSI to help us in DC develop a state literacy plan. I know this is a labor of love for Representative Chang in particular. And so many of us are interested in this topic. And so we will likely be reaching back out to you to just learn more from the work that you're doing in your state. So thank you again for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Members, we will now move to the administrative items on tonight's agenda. The first of which is the adoption of our work plan. For members of the public, earlier this year, you will recall we established standing committees. Each of those committees spent the last few months convening, discussing, reflecting, and organizing work plans. And tonight we are planning to adopt our master work plan that will guide and inform the work that we as a body will do over the course of this year. With that said, is there a motion to adopt the work plan?
I move that we adopt the work plan as written.
Thank you, Representative Reid. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Sutter. It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there a discussion regarding the work plan? Representative Wattenberg.
Hi, I'm just pulling it up. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was here. I just want to make sure. I wrote today that there was some confusion on our committee report. Did that get fixed?
It will get fixed. So we won't deal with the budget portion of this until next month's meeting. Tonight, we're just talking about adopting the work plan. So
got it. Okay, fine.
And for clarification, members, what Representative Wattenberg is talking about is just the estimates for some of the her and Jock's committees were a little different than they saw it. So I think that's a relatively minor issue, but just FYI. Representative Sutter.
Thank you, President Parker. I just really want to express my gratitude both to you and to Vice President Gasoi and to our entire staff for the work it took to take each of the individual committee work plans, create a master work plan, hear about priorities, divvy up staff time, and make sure that this enormous proposed work plan is possible. But as a resident of the district, I'm really proud of the work that our team of representatives has decided we would like to undertake, and the way in which we've put it together to make it possible to accomplish things for teachers, for schools, for students focused on COVID recovery, but also long-term planning with things like the literacy plan and other education standards. So just want to offer my profound gratitude. This was not an easy lift, and the fact that we're getting this passed tonight is, I think, a really positive thing.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Sullivan.
I just wanted to say the same thing. I can just tell how much work the entire board's putting in, and it's a wonderful sight to see, and it's a testament to the hard work and the vision of our president, vice president, executive director, staffers, everyone on the board. It's been so amazing to see you guys work and just do all of this different stuff. And like Representative Sutter, I'm definitely so proud. I'm also, I just like to say, because I don't know if we discussed it earlier, but the outdoor story reading time was definitely one of the highlights of my being on the board thus far. It was really cool to get to do that, and the entire state board got to do it. So thank you so much, Representative Chang. I'm just so excited to see what we can keep doing.
Absolutely. I imagine it's going to come up later in the meeting, but yes, kudos to the entire board for that work. And thank you, Representative Chang, for bringing your love of literacy to the board and igniting us all around that charge. Is there more discussion? Oh, Vice President Gasoi.
Just super quickly, I wanted to recognize Representative Wattenberg and Representative Patterson, who are also on the admin committee and helped us work through the master plan. So just kudos to you too. And thank you, Representative Sutter, for your shout out. Yeah, I'm really proud of this board. So just wanted to.
Seeing lots of claps. Before we go to a vote, I will echo their appreciation. I will say, since serving on the board, I believe we have raised the bar, in my opinion, every year. And this year is no exception. I believe we are touching many different veins of issues that are important to our education ecosystem. We are informing district agencies, listening to educators, advocating for parents, revamping standards, thinking about our governance structures, thinking about our school report card, surveying principals, so on and so forth. And so the word that comes to mind is value add. And because of you all's hard work, the state board continues to be a value add, and dare I say, amongst the most additive in DC. And so it is an honor to work alongside you all. Mr. Hayworth, I know normally I'm supposed to call on you to call the roll, and I'm about to do that, but I also want to shout you out for the work that you've done behind the scenes, supporting, corralling, negotiating, reflecting, listening, and want to also just provide a brief second if you had any remarks you wanted to share before we officially adopt the work plan.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's very kind of you. No, I'm very excited about the work plan. I think the committees have really put together some really great things that are going to make a difference for education in the district. And I echo what Vice President Gasoi said. I'm really proud of, and what Dr. Sutter said. I'm really proud of this board. I think it's really exciting work. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Hayworth, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Chang.
Aye.
Ms. Wattenberg.
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary.
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Ms. Thompson.
Aye.
Dr. Reid.
Aye.
Mr. Patterson.
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
President Parker.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The work plan is adopted.
Congratulations, members. As a quick reminder, again, we will send out a ranking survey for us to then next discuss budget requests from each committee, and we will make that an agenda item for our May public meeting. And so more information to come. We will now turn to new business. Representative Thompson earlier in the meeting mentioned that she wanted to elevate an issue related to digital equity. So let's start there. And then are there other topics we would like to cover under new business tonight? Vice President Gasoi.
Should I go, or is Representative?
Well, just if you could just name the thing and we'll go in order. So we'll start with Representative Thompson, but if you could just share the topic.
OST time.
Thank you. Representative Reid.
Structure of public meetings.
Thank you, Representative Reid. Not seeing anything else. Is that another hand, Representative Reid? Okay, didn't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Couldn't get my hand down.
Okay, got it. Representative Thompson.
All right, we are rounding the corner toward the end of this meeting. It is not lost on me that the work around digital equity is particularly important. And it's important for education, but it's actually important for the quality of kids' lives across the board. I think about when the vaccine appointments came out and seniors in 7 and 8 were given priority, but what you really needed was like the same skills you need to get Beyonce tickets to get your place in line in the vaccine. And a lot of people focus on the fact that seniors aren't online, but the truth is we actually have really terrible internet service. There are huge dead zones across Ward 7. And so, yeah, we can give everybody a device, but we don't actually have the city infrastructure to make true accessibility a reality. And half of our kids live in 7 and 8. And so as a board, we should totally, I mean, like I knew as a Ward 7 Education Council chair, how our body could support Grace's work, because many of the Ed Council supported that work before the pandemic. I am unclear how, as a board, we support that work. I'm clear that there's a desire. I'm unclear and would like to think about as a board, how we can be a more active partner in that fight. I think it's important for everything that we want to do, from literacy to educator practice to the across the board standards of education that children receive. And that can't be laid at the footsteps of DCPS alone, not just because we have charters, but really because it is a quality of life issue our city should take up. And so I know this board has had some success in the past in helping to think about like how legislation is introduced to the council and other things. I'm not saying we have to have the answer to that tonight, but I do think it should be something that is very high on our priority list for thinking about how we can be a more active partner in that fight, and not just in responding to COVID and all the things that matter virtually from COVID, from work to school to telehealth, but really beyond, because it's the way our kids access the world.
Here, here.
Ditto. Representative Reid, I'm looking at you and the Advocacy and Outreach Committee to think about like ways that we can do just exactly what Representative Thompson is talking about, and activate around legislation that may be there, but also around the issue generally. So much more to come. And Representative Thompson, thank you for raising that. It's very timely. Vice President Gasoi, and you wanted to talk about OST.
Yeah, this is quick, and thank you for that push, Representative Thompson. Similarly, I've sent you some emails about the Coalition for Out of School Time, and I just wanted to clarify what that's about. I mean, I wasn't sure if the email was clear, but basically these are, this is programming that's available for schools. It's funded. And because I think principals are so spread so thin, they are not requesting even the existing partnerships that they had. And so this is just a push for us to help to connect those dots by, when you are in contact with your principals, to just mention it and, remind them that this is something OST has reached out to all the principals and with those recommendations that I sent to you in that last email on this topic. So maybe just, cut and pasting those again for them, because this is really an important opportunity for students. And it would be such a shame if what happens is the partners can't plan and then that funding is wasted. I think that's what happens. So just wanted to make a push.
Thank you for lifting that up. Representative Reid, the structures of public meetings.
Yes, as I was listening today and thinking, and I know we won't be in this virtual posture, but still hoping that the public will have just as much access to our meetings, and thinking about the 200+% of increase in participation that we're having. Again, a decision that doesn't need to be made tonight, but maybe tossed to the admin committee or for a working session of possibly putting our expert panels in our working sessions, and maybe for the public comment period, because it feels a little, for me, a little rushed. We did a great job tonight of lending time to one another, and I appreciate the collaboration for folks to make sure that each other had an opportunity to have their information heard. But I think it might be worth visiting. And so yeah, I can elaborate or talk more just to get that going, or proposal to someone, but.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Vice President Gasoi if you could add that to the upcoming admin committee agenda. And Representative Reid, it may be worth you joining, at least for a portion of time, to just share exactly what you have in mind to see what might be done. Representative Sutter, I saw your comment in the chat. Did you have a topic?
No, that was my only comment. I love the idea of the advocacy committee leading the charge when we come up with some ideas, but I think it'd be helpful just to have some space for brainstorming, because I really like that question from Representative Thompson and want to chew on it a little bit over the next couple weeks.
Awesome. And last but not least, I just will circle back to our citywide outdoor literacy event. It doesn't quite feel like new business now, but did want to just carve out a little bit of space for any reflections, comments that members may have had. Representative Sutter.
Now I will raise my hand, mostly just to shout out my reading partner, Representative O'Sullivan, who was very willing to jump in on a reading act out with me, was wonderful with all of the children and families who showed up. And I really appreciate, Representative Chang, you getting us all on board to do it, because it was such a joyful morning. The kids were happy, the families were happy. It was great fun. And we had a few extra books left over. So it was great fun to get to play basically springtime Santa Claus and walk down the street, finding parents with strollers to give free books to. I got a couple of nice notes actually from people who looked up the state board and provided thank yous for it. So it was wonderful. Thank you so much, Representative Chang, and thank you, Rep. O'Sullivan, for being a wonderful reading partner.
That's so wonderful to hear. I also had a fantastic time and just couldn't stop smiling, seeing photos from across the city from all of you. I think, I'm left thinking about all of the ways that we can continue to engage with our families, and kind of building off of what Representative Reid was sharing around engaging with families in ways, especially after we start taking these meetings back in person, that are more accessible, perhaps less formal, right? And building relationships with the families that we represent, in addition to helping to address their concerns. Plus libraries, plus literacy. This has just been the best meeting for me. Thank you for this. This has been a gift.
Representative Reid.
Yes. When I know, I guess when many of us were campaigning, I think this is what we envisioned. And thank you, Alistair, for making it happen. I also think, just in the spirit of, having President Davis pass away and, just the importance of telling folks thank you. I wanted to do it earlier. But, one, I want to thank Emily for, the push as a new board member to get, hey, outdoor learning and being just kind of a bit of a mentor almost in like what advocacy looks like, as well as Scott. I wrote down some Laura Derrendinger, who is always, literally extra hands. Ron Thompson, who has done some extra hands work of reaching out to schools about budgets. Brenda Richardson, going back to outdoor learning, she's really the force behind how Ward 8 has, we have almost Wednesdays and Saturdays, almost weekly now, if not every other week. And I just think it's just really important to, while we can and while people can hear it, raise names. But yes, thank you, Alistair. The book was great. And I hate saying names because you always forget people. But I just think it's really important that we say thank you to people while they're here. Yeah, we've been doing it with no funding. It's just been people power. And that's really how we overcome some systems that we have to face, is by just getting it done ourselves. So even if anyone I interacted with around outdoor learning, around the book event, around just being Ward 8 rep, thank you.
Representative O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President Parker. I have a couple of things I want to say. First off, Representative Sutter's comments reminded me when I first arrived there and the first kid showed up. The first thing he ran up to Jessica and he gave her a big hug. And it was like the funniest and just the cutest moment, because like he just walked. I don't know if he knew Jessica. I don't know but he was just so happy to be there. And you could tell that instantly. And he had such a good time, and everyone else had such a great time. And it was, like I said earlier, I just love for us to do something like that again, a community engagement sort of thing with the people, because like that's the goal, for them to look up the state board and then get involved. So I was definitely really, really happy about that. And then the second thing, along the lines to what Representative Reid said, at our SAC meeting on Monday, we actually talked about a similar predicament, which is next year, will meetings be in person, virtual, mix of both? And a potential solution they came up with is like, we could have whoever can get to the building, like we would meet in the conference room, but then we would like have like a Zoom meeting, and it would project on the projector, like the screen that's in the room, so we could all see their faces. And I feel like something like that is something we should consider, because I think it's really important we keep the virtual option, because we've definitely just seen like an influx of public comment, and it's definitely made it more engaging. So.
Completely agree. Thanks. Not seeing any other comments. I want to thank you all for your engagement tonight and such a thoughtful discussion around literacy, but also the public testimony that we heard tonight. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
All right, it has been properly moved in second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. It is 9:53 p.m. and this meeting of the State Board of Education is called to a close. Thank you for watching, and members, thank you for your engagement. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Good night.
Right.
Aye.